Welcome to the Tuesday, January 5th, 2021 meeting of the Ann Arbor Planning Commission. Happy New Year. This meeting is being held electronically to protect public health and safety due to the COVID-19 virus and to comply with orders issued by the governor, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and or the Washtenaw County Health Department. We intend to conduct this meeting similarly to an in-person meeting. However, please be patient if we have any technical issues. Public comment will be via telephone only. To speak during any of the public comment opportunities, please call 877-853-5247 or any of the other published numbers and enter meeting ID 921-7802-7281. This information is also available on the agenda. It's in the public notices section of the city website and on the broadcast of this meeting on CTN channel 16, AT&T channel 99, and online at a2gov.org/watchctn. And if you want to watch it that way, you select the government channel. Mr. Leonard, can we please have a roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Mills?
Here.
Commissioner Milstein?
Here.
Commissioner Gibrandal?
Here.
Commissioner Sauvé?
Here.
Commissioner Abrams?
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt?
Here.
Commissioner Dish?
Here.
Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Clark?
We see your lips.
I see.
Here.
Great.
All right.
Your volume works too.
We
Full
have a
house?
full house and quorum.
Excellent. Do we have any introductions tonight, Mr. Leonard?
No, we do not.
Excellent. So we're on to item number 4, which is the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as drafted, moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Gibrandal. Any discussion of the agenda? All those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda as drafted, please say yes or raise your hand. Yes.
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 Commissioner Abrams, thank you. I saw everyone's hand, so there are none opposed. So it carries unanimously. Item number 5 is the minutes of the previous meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 15th, 2020 meeting, moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Are there any discussion of the minutes? All those in favor of the minutes as drafted, please say yes or raise your hand. Yes.
Yes.
Looks like everybody. Anybody opposed? I don't see anyone, so the motion carries. Next up is item 6, which is reports from city administration, city council, planning manager, planning commission officers and committees, and the written communications. And we had a couple packets in our email today and previously on the written communications. Councilmember Dish, do you have any report for us?
I do. Lots of good news from council last night. We approved a distribution of the transportation plan, which many people are very excited about. We passed the annexations, and we did not rezone anything as was petitioned for to allow greater density, because most of us felt that it was not appropriate to do that from the council table without public participation or appropriate screening by the Planning Commission. In the course of that discussion, concerns about the relationship between single-family zoning and race came up, and I'm just floating this, and maybe it's completely inappropriate or not feasible, but I know we have a working session on that coming up, and I wondered if we could invite council to not really, I guess, not participate so much as just listen in if they wanted to. But I don't know if that's appropriate or even feasible. So I'm just throwing that out there because, like I said, it did come up. And then finally, we passed the floodplain ordinance with enthusiasm, and we would like to see a sequel, floodplain ordinance step 2, which would make some extensions to the flood fringe. And so we wondered if, or I guess I wonder, it was mentioned last night, I think by Mr. Hancock, that that could be put by staff onto the hazard mitigation work plan. I wondered if there were any action either from council or from Planning Commission that would be helpful or needed to initiate that. And that is all I have to say and all I have to ask.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dish. Mr. Leonard, anything to add?
Yeah, as referenced by Commissioner Dish, scheduled for the working session next week. We're going to have a presentation by two professors from the University of Michigan, Professor Robert Goodspeed and Michael Steinberg from the law school. They're starting some research on racially exclusionary deed restrictions, specifically in the city of Ann Arbor. It's still in process, but I had an initial conversation with them and I found it really interesting. And given the Planning Commission's desires from a work plan perspective to start considering the impact of such issues in the city, we're going to kick it off with that presentation. I'd be happy to share that meeting notice with the council members. It's a the working session is publicly noticed as well to everybody on our planning updates list. I will definitely do that. Also, in regards to the questions about the floodplain overlay, that hazard mitigation plan is anticipated to be updated. That'll actually be led by the Public Services Department, and we can definitely, as Planning Commission wishes, we can definitely have conversations with them about the development of that. It will probably ultimately end up a resource document as well as part of the master plan. I would just point out that I think that this came up, this balance did come up in the context of the initial consideration of the floodplain overlay zoning district that was adopted, and that is, what is the right balance of protection and protection of existing properties and structures and protection of the functionality of the floodway and floodplain going forward. So I still would stand by that the changes that were put forth are an excellent balance of that. They guarantee and protect property and structures while also providing some ongoing use of structures in the floodplain. It's not to say that the city couldn't go in a different direction and seek to amortize those uses out. That's going to have a much more impact on a lot of property owners and structures. So I think that is something that the Planning Commission might want to think about as we go forward. If you want to have a voice one way or another in that hazard mitigation plan, or as that's developed, that this is a good time to probably start thinking about what the Planning Commission's position on that is. And then we're still waiting on a confirmation. There's also a possibility we will have a pre-PUD petition presented at the next working session. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to confirm that, but if that shows up on the agenda, it's for an existing PUD near the law school that are seeking some potential amendments. And so I'll confirm via the agenda if that comes as well.
Thank you very much. Do any other commissioner officers or committee liaisons have anything to report out on? I don't see anyone. Just to note that, as I mentioned to when some were on the phone, ORC didn't meet in December, so that's the Ordinance Revisions Committee. But I expect that we'll meet in January, as we've got lots of ordinances to look at. And I would also just flag here that if those of us here do want to talk more about the floodplain ordinance and the opportunities for that, like we can talk about that in commission proposed business, like that's the right place in the agenda to talk more about that. Okay, next up is audience participation. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about an issue that's not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So the things that we'll have public hearings for are the Near North Townhomes, the Capital Improvements Plan, amendments to the permitted uses in C2B and C3 zoning districts, the rezoning for the Ruthven Nature Area and Oakwoods Nature Areas. I want to flag, though, that there is no public hearing scheduled for the C1A, C1AR response to City Council, since it's a communication. And so if you do have comments about that, this is the time to speak about that. So you can feel free to digitally raise your hand to that end. If you want to comment on that issue or any other issue, again, that's not a public hearing for tonight, you can call 853-5247 and enter meeting ID 921-7802-7281. City staff will select callers that have digitally raised your hand. You do that by pressing *9 on your phone. You'll get an electronic automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. And Mr. Leonard will announce you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds that you might have so that we can hear you more clearly. And please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Looks like we do have a hand up.
Yes, caller with the phone number ending with 556. You can unmute your phone and you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. Good evening. I'm here to talk about item 11A, the report on C1A and C1AR. I sent you an email earlier today. I hope you've had a chance to read it. In my short time tonight, I'm going to focus on the affordable housing aspect. First, we all agree we have a crisis there. We've had a ton of advocacy. Remember the outpouring to approve core spaces so we could spend $5 million of city money on it? Recently, the A20 plan said build quadplexes. That'll help. Those that disagreed were shamed as fearmongers, and in the summer campaigns, incumbent council members were attacked for allegedly voting against it. We've moved to develop city properties for it. I like that. But on 415 Washington, city staff shamed objecting neighbors, and that project isn't even going to be affordable. In November, we voted to tax homeowners $6 million a year for it. At your next meeting, we're going to be told about the racist history of single-family zoning. I'll tune in. Mike Steinberg's an old friend of mine. And then you're going to start on transit-supported development, all under the rubric of affordable housing. What about Lower Town? Approval in 2017 under C1AR resulted in a loss of $9 million in affordable housing funds. $9 million. It was approved by running roughshod over the master plan, which specified mixed use. The original staff recommendation to deny said that loud and clear. What changed? Don't know, just the recommendation. Did any affordable housing advocates squawk? No. Deafening silence. Not a peep. What did we get? Giant buildings full of 2,500 a month apartments, no retail, and no affordable housing dollars. Zero. If that process and result's okay with you, I should just stop now. If it isn't, you need to do something to shut the door on that, because if you don't, it might happen again. And please don't say that was just one project. So was Core Spaces. So's Lockwood. Lower Town was way bigger. It could have been the biggest coup for affordable housing dollars ever. And every parcel that's rezoned that way is one that might be a PUD with real dollars into the Affordable Housing Fund, or one that might result in premiums. You have a chance tonight to actually do something to prevent another affordable housing disaster. If you don't, nobody should believe ever again that you care about affordable housing. Your words will be just more political hot air and viewed as a hypocrite. The right thing to do is obvious here. Eliminate C1A or C1AR, or at least limit it to where it really belongs. Please just do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you, I see another hand up on another caller. If you want to address the Planning Commission on an item that doesn't have a public hearing tonight, that's *9 to raise your hand.
Caller with the phone number ending with 534. Caller with the number ending with 534. Please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Traver Street in the heart of Lower Town. And I want to talk to you about C1A and C1AR. I sent you 2 emails recently covering that. I hope you had the opportunity to read those. Curiously, the current report seems vastly different than what was discussed and voted on at the last minute, and I'm sure you'll discuss that when the item comes up on the agenda. I also want you to think about discussing whether Commissioner Lee should recuse himself or be recused, whatever the proper process is. Nothing personal, Commissioner Lee. You work for Oxford Properties. You said you would do so for transit supported development, or T1, whatever we're calling it. And this is very pertinent here. Some people want to improperly spread C1A and C1AR where they don't belong. And they want to take them and move them from the central campus business district to places with the word campus in them, but without a campus business district, such as perhaps North Campus, where Oxford Properties may very well have holdings up and down Plymouth Road, or manage properties for other people. Or say the South Athletic Campus, where Oxford Properties certainly does have very significant holdings. So, maybe this helps highlight what campus business district really is and what it really isn't and should never be. I also want to talk about the Garnet. This body recommended replacing the C1AR zoning with a PUD, which the majority of council agreed with. And I know that was a second go around for everybody. And that did result in $88,000 a private developer paid affordable housing funds. C1A was never appropriate for the Garnet for multiple reasons. The campus business district kind of reasons, the conflict that it had with D2 and our A2D2 process, and also the conditional zoning that was on that application. That conditional zoning is specifically the type of conditional zoning that the courts frown upon. That application should never have even gotten to you because of that reason alone. I could spend a long time talking about conditional zoning. It's been misapplied, and I can't blame you all because you haven't been taught. It's complex, but we're doing it wrong, and we're getting ourselves into very vulnerable legal jeopardy if we keep doing what we've been doing with conditional zoning. With the Garnet, even though the majority of council voted for the PUD there, a minority really held out strongly because instead of accepting the affordable housing money, they really wanted to set a precedent for improper upzoning, improper use of campus business district where it didn't belong. And that was unconscionable for that minority on city council to do that. So let's clean this up. Either get rid of C1A and C1AR or very specifically limit it to the central campus business district where it was always intended, where it belongs. And you don't have to worry about all the fixes you were talking about if you just keep it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other callers on the line. Mr. Leonard?
I do not.
All right, then we will move on to the next item of business, which is item 8, the public hearings for the next business meeting.
We have one public hearing scheduled for the next business meeting. It is an item that previously appeared on the December 15th agenda. It is the Lewis Jewelers Retail Plaza site plan for city council approval and special exception use for planning commission approval. The request is for a 300 at 300 South Maple, a 1.98 acre site, zone C3, and plans include demolishing the previous restaurant building and constructing a new retail building. This was tabled on 12/15 and has been renoticed. They've made some modifications and we'll be returning it next meeting.
Thank you very much. We are on to our unfinished business, item 9A. This is the Near North Townhomes rezoning and site plan for city council approval with planned project modifications. As we do for petitions before us, we'll start with a petitioner presentation. The petitioner, which Mr. Leonard will start moving them kind of into the room, will have up to 10 minutes to present. Then Ms. DeLeo is here and can provide staff's presentation, and then we'll open the public hearing before Planning Commission discusses the petition.
Alexis and project team, would you have will one of you be doing any PowerPoint presentation and I can give you access to share your screen? Alexis, I can't hear you.
The double mute feature. From the project team, do you see everybody that you're expecting? on the call now? Everybody from your team is here? Great. I see some nodding heads.
Yes, there we go. Sorry, I couldn't get my unmuted.
It's a thing tonight. It's totally okay.
It's 2021. We got to stay positive. So Alexis, am I doing a presentation or is Alexis going to kick us off? I didn't hear.
If you have a presentation to do, do you have a PowerPoint or a visual you'd like to share with the Planning Commission?
I would love to share with the Planning Commission, yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you access then, and you can pull up your presentation, and you'll have up to 10 minutes once you get started.
Ryan, before you start, I don't know if Anthony has access in case he has to speak on anything, because I don't see him on video with us.
He texted that he's listening because he's been texting me. So
Is he AWR?
what did he say?
No.
He said, I'm here. So I don't want to hold the meeting up. Tony, you're welcome to text me if you can't speak.
That'll work.
Okay.
All right, you have up to 10 minutes. Once you make sure you can share your screen, let's make sure we can see it.
Yep.
All right.
See that?
Yep.
We
Go
can.
for it. And I'll give you a note when there's about a minute left.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know Alexis is she's also going to have a presentation. She did a larger one last time. I just kind of want to go over some of the things, some of the new documents with our submittal. The site plan hasn't necessarily changed, but we've added some detail, some renderings, etc. And then I'd like to go over quickly some of the Planning Commission comments that we asked for before we had it tabled last time. So I just want to call everyone to, we did renderings of the courtyard. We did additional renderings of and this was also at the request of when we had our neighborhood meeting, they all wanted additional detail on how it would look, etc. So we did a series of renderings to better illustrate the site. So we have those. You have the site plan from before, and I'm going to go to this rendering here just because it's my favorite. Just to highlight some things about the site, we have that retaining wall over here on the east side to maintain some of the existing trees along the property line. This landscaping has been cross-checked with our landscape architect. This is meant to be as accurate as we could make it, because we have a pretty good drop in grade across this side of the site. Many of these homes on this side, on the east side, are much higher, and then as it drops to the north, these homes back here, they get further and further away from the site. So we have those to refer to. So very quickly, I'm going to go through the Planning Commissioner's comments, and Alex Milstein, and I right off the bat, I want to apologize if I slaughter anyone's name. You know I have the best of intentions. So Alex, we had 4 bullet points from him. He wanted to see some additional renderings. We have those. Better color scheme. Doesn't like brown. This is meant to be reddish. We did change it. I hope that it's a rendering, so it's not the actual masonry unit, but we hope it looks better. We did have another neighborhood meeting. We had 16 invites, and we had 8 participants in that meeting, and we incorporated their requests and explained, or we had explanations for their questions. And the main thing we want to make sure is as you recall from the letter, some thought that the development had doubled in size, and we wanted to make sure that It hadn't, and we're right about where we were when we saw them in 2018. Trash removal was unclear. We have, oh, let's start here. Down here is our screened refuse container area. We'll have recycling and refuse in the dumpster. I try not to use that, but yes, the dumpster is there. It'll have a regular gate that's brick, but that's not very accurate, but that's where it's located. And on the site, it's located here. We have a truck radius here from the sanitation department. They reviewed this. We went back and forth on a couple things. I changed the orientation of this to help the turning radius, and they're meant to come in this way, come into this area labeled no parking, back in, and then leave. That is that. Phasing. The building is phased insofar as it's designed because the building steps as you go north, south to north, and because we step at those wall sections, we can actually call that a phase line if we want to stop it there. That's just to aid us in construction for any reason, economy, weather, alien invasion, whatever. If we have to stop for some reason, we have a phase line to get to. But the intent is to, because of where it is, Main Street, all the factors that you could bring up, it is intended to build as one building. That does make the most sense, but we had to reserve the opportunity for that. Shannon Gibb Randall, I believe we discussed if it was in line with the master plan the first time, and it is, and Alexis can confirm that. Solar roofing. I'll go over that in a little bit. Those were her two comments. Ellie Abrams, what contributions besides open space? We made a donation to the park fund of $10,000. According to Hoyle, we need one of three. We're proposing more open space, our north side setback, and we have pedestrian orientation in this area here. Well, if you can see, we have a break in the brick there, because there's a staircase that goes down to Main Street right through here. So this is a public, this does not enter a unit. This takes you up into the courtyard area. And then this is meant to be a ingress and egress for all the unit members in the building to access Main Street. We hope that. And then we also have a staircase over here that also gets us out to Main Street. So we have, I think we're pretty pedestrian oriented. Then Sarah Mills, she liked the doors on Main Street. They are still there. EV ordinance. We consulted, Alexis did an analysis of the EV ordinance, the floodplain ordinance, and the amendments to the zoning, the general zoning. Based on her suggestions and our desire to be part of that ordinance, we're going to, and so we exceed what the ordinance would require, and Alexis can confirm that. We're going to complete all the garages in, they'll all be EV capable with stations. We're going to install the stations in all of the garages so that every garage will be ready for plug-in for 2 vehicles. So all the garages will have stations installed, and then we're going to run the conduit out to the other parking spaces so that they'll be capable or ready if the association so desires to do that with the outside parking. But we will provide stations for all of the garages. floodplain ordinance, Alexis can confirm. I believe Jerry gave us a clean bill of health on complying with the new floodplain ordinance. So we're happy for that. Lisa Sauve, hope that's correct. She echoed the floodplain questions from Sarah. Lisa Jane Deesh, I hope that is. She is not comfortable with 3 items of contribution adding up to be enough. That was part of our motivation to kind of lean into the EV requirements and make sure we added something to that based on her comments. Sarah Hammerschmidt,
I have about a minute left.
Oh, okay. She basically had questions about the citizen participation meeting. We had a third one. I think we addressed everything that they had and answered their questions. And then electrification. So on electrification, let's go back to the rendering. The renderings do show solar panels. We have engaged a consultant. We are looking at that. We're comfortable enough to show the panels. We're not sure what we can offer or what we will offer in regards to solar. As far as electrification, we're going to be mostly fully electric. We will have I want to use the right heat pumps. We consulted with a heating and cooling consultant, and so we will have heat pumps, electric heat pumps, in 80% of the units, except for the corner units. The corner units, it just won't be enough for them without a lot of additional help to produce the heat. So we will be natural gas on the corners, but we will be 80% heat pumps and then electric water heat, etc. So that's
10.
Okay, and so that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much.
I think Alexis is still working on her connection here. Just give me one moment.
Okay.
There, Alexis? I'm sorry, but Alexis really does have the most up-to-date information. Would it be okay if I suggest we take about a 5-minute break, and I can see if I can help with some technical support to get her online?
That sounds great. So by my computer's clock, that would be 7:42-ish.
Let's come back at 7:45.
Great. We will take a 8-minute break then and see everybody. are all back. So we'll call the meeting back to order. Ms. DeLeo, staff presentation.
Thank you. I'll just speak and go over the staff report. I do have last month or last meeting's PowerPoint presentation that has the street view of the site and things like that. I also have access to the renderings on the site plan. But because this is a returning project, I will go over the new staff report and then any materials or visuals upon request. So as mentioned, this is the Near North development, 700 North Main Street. It is a rezoning, a site plan for city council approval with planned project modifications. It was previously discussed following a public hearing on November 17th, and it was postponed. The Planning Commission asked for a bit more information about it, and between the applicant and I, we have assembled some additional information for you. Regarding solid waste and recycling operations, there was a question about that. There is a single point of collection on site. It can be accessed by service vehicles heading in, and those vehicles can turn around and exit the site, also heading out. That also means that the fire department can head in and turn around on site and head out as well. The petitioner actually held an additional neighborhood meeting by Zoom on December 17th. An updated summary of that meeting was emailed to you just last night. It's also in the project file. You had asked for an analysis of the proposed and, as of yesterday, approved floodplain management overlay district regulations. This building is outside of the floodplain and floodway. Therefore, it is neutral. The new ordinance does not apply. So it complied then before yesterday, and it continues to comply with all of our floodplain regulations. You've asked for an analysis about our pending or contemplated amendments to plan project modifications. In the staff report, I've gone through basically the two amendments that we are considering, and then I offer an analysis. The bottom line is that for the proposed changes, which are to repeal or delete the current plan project section and to expand one aspect of flexibility that's already offered and offer an additional area of flexibility for height. So for what we're considering about setbacks, the project either fully meets or does not meet at all. It meets the setback line and yard alternatives that we already offer to multifamily zoning districts for the south side. But we don't currently offer, and we are not contemplating offering any flexibility for rear setbacks. And this project needs a rear setback modification. So under the proposed scheme, they'd need a variance. Regarding height, it could meet the exceptions that we are offering. And it kind of depends on what the applicant and the developer might want to do. The proposed building height is within the 30% increase that we are offering, but they would need to make more commitments than they have regarding sustainability or affordable housing. So in summary, the project complies with some of the pending amendments, but it can't be approved as proposed with those amendments. I personally think that that's a little bit more of a reflection on the amendments rather than on this project itself. If this is the kind of project that we would like to approve with the amendments, we'll need to take another look at the amendments. But again, these amendments are just contemplated, they're not adopted. So in terms of what is actually today's code, staff argues, it's our opinion that it meets the current code. Now the code is a little bit discretionary, but we have said in our staff report that we think it is approvable based on the justifications and the modifications that they're asking for. You'd also, I will mention that we emphasize to the applicants the sustainability and affordability priorities of the Planning Commission and City Council. At the time the staff report was written, I didn't have much information about that. We since have some commitments, which I understand were phrased as a consideration, but are actually the development team is going to install some solar panels on the roof. They've been working with a consultant or contractor about that. For zoning history, this site has always been zoned off. This site was zoned office for decades until 2009, and after which it was zoned PUD. There's never been anything other than originally office O and now PUD. A few site plans have come through and either been approved and expired or have been withdrawn. Additional renderings have been prepared. And finally, conformance to the EV parking requirements. It's looking like because of timing, the electric vehicle requirements will apply to this project. And I have worked with the design team on making sure that the project complies. What they'll need to do is provide 6 charging stations and 40 some EV ready or 35 EV capable and 14 EV ready. And I know that this should not be too much of a hurdle. This is brand new construction. And we're talking about 6 stations and then basically readiness, which should be easy to do and will take almost no site plan revisions to do it, to get that under construction. We, staff, continue to recommend approval of the project. We have found that it meets the plan project standards for approval. The site plan meets the standards of approval, and we support the proposed rezoning from PUD to R4C. As I mentioned at the beginning, I am happy to answer any additional questions. Also, show any additional materials that either from the previous meeting or new things that the applicant has provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeLeo. Now we will open the public hearing for this item. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed Near North Townhomes development. The public comment may be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering the meeting ID 921-7802-7281. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand one by one and Mr. Leonard will call on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. You raise your hand digitally by pressing *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and please move to a quiet area and mute any background sound so that we can hear you clearly. Please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Looks like we do have a hand up.
Caller with the phone number ending with 134. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard and Chair Mills. This is Ken Garber, 28 Haverhill Court. Listening just now to the petitioner's comments on building electrification. When he refers to a mix of heat pumps and gas, with gas for the corner units, you might want to dig a bit deeper into that during the discussion period. Heat pumps can mean a lot of different things. Are we talking about individual air source heat pumps for each residential unit? Or are we talking about a VRF system? VRF stands for variable refrigerant flow. With VRF, one central heat pump plant has refrigerant distribution systems serving individual spaces which have their own thermostats. Very efficient, low utility bills, quiet operation. Mitsubishi and some other vendors now offer some extremely efficient VRF systems that work well in our climate. I'm agnostic on individual heat pump systems for units. Those are also good. But Commission may want to put this question to the petitioner during the discussion period. What we don't want is PTAC units. That stands for Packaged Terminal Air Conditioners or something similar. These are the individual units that you see mounted in some hotel room windows that are basically individual air conditioners that can heat the room when you reverse the flow. These are expensive to operate, very inefficient. Don't think we want those. I assume the petitioner is not proposing that, but you may want to check. Also, will the water heaters be heat pumps or will those be gas fired? That's another major source of greenhouse gases. Those are my questions, and I look forward maybe to getting some answers later on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If any of the other callers wish to speak at the public hearing for this item, it's *9 to raise your hand. Seeing no others, I will close the public hearing and read the proposed motions from the which are in the staff report. Oh, there is a hand. Someone open it back up. I was too fast. Didn't allow for the TV delay. Sorry.
Hello, this is Tom Stahlberg again from 1202 Traver. I also want to make sure everybody knows that I'm manager and part owner of 2 adjacent properties to the north, 110 and 112 East Summit Street. I want to start out by saying, for the most part, I do support this project. I think it's a good project. I want to recognize Ken Garber's questions and hope those are answered. Those are important things to answer. I do want to mention that the current plan project modification ordinance is something that we challenged in our Lower Town lawsuit and don't feel is legal. I don't think this is the place for us to make a big stand on that because of 2 reasons. One, the Planning Commission has recognized that plan project modification needs elimination and replacement, and you're well on your way to doing so. And that you've offered a couple different paths that developers can take, one towards affordable housing, another towards sustainability. And this developer has been following your suggestions towards the sustainability end of things with the electric water heaters, heat pumps, solar, EV chargers, etc. So, I leave it to you to have that discussion if they've gone far enough or not. But obviously they're moving in that direction. So again, I know you have to approve this under the current plan project modification ordinance, not the one that you propose. And again, I have objections in general to the plan project modification ordinance, but I'm not going to make a stand on that here because overall I think this is an appropriate project for the location. There's something kind of similar to it, just a little bit to the, I'm losing my orientation here, a little bit closer to downtown, and that it is appropriate. The former PUD for this site was really a Hail Mary pass for the former developer to try to get out of a lot of debt that they were in a troubled time, and partnering with Avalon Housing to do that. So that was always going to be dicey in terms of financing that. And so I don't think that's a good standard to measure any other project for this location by, that measuring this project, how it stands on its own and compatibility to neighborhood and master plan and zoning of surrounding areas. I think
30 more seconds.
I think this is a fine project in terms of those measurements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now there aren't any more phone calls, I think, that haven't spoken. Is that your understanding too, Mr. Leonard?
That's correct.
Okay. So now I'm safe to close the public hearing and read the motions. We have 2. The first is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the near north rezoning from PUD planned unit development to R4C multiple family dwelling. The second is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the near north site plan with planned project modifications to A, increase the maximum height to 33 feet 6 inches, B, decrease the south side setback to 15 feet, and C, decrease the rear setback to 22 feet, subject to I, maintaining 43% open space, double I, maintaining 132 feet north side setback, and triple I, having front doors facing North Main Street, garages underneath and accessible only from the interior of the site, and development agreement, subject to receiving preliminary approval from the Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner and addressing outstanding engineering comments prior to scheduling for a public hearing of the City Council. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. I didn't ask before, any objections to taking these together and discussing them together? Okay, so we will discuss them together. Anyone want to start out with comments or questions? Commissioner Dish.
Sure, I would just love to hear a response to Mr. Garber's question. I think his first question is the more important of the two. As I understand it from your December 14th memo, you will have electric water heaters. And I guess, so that's electric.
Yep.
It's
So
not electric powered by gas. Yeah.
Yep, I took a call just now because I wanted to make sure I know what I'm talking about, because I don't know what I'm talking about with regards to HVAC. These are going to be electric heat pumps, split systems, the proper, very efficient ones, not the PTAC units Ken was talking about. So that is what we're proposing. They'll be all electric heat pumps, not PTACs. They will be sufficient, and they are fairly cost effective, actually.
So it sounds like a split system is not the VRF central system, but individual units that are not the evil PTACs. Is that where we are?
Correct.
Anything else, Commissioner Dish?
The only thing that I'm still unclear about is where we are with the commitment on solar. It was a little unclear in your presentation earlier. I thought you said you've put them in the renderings, but you're not sure how you're going to deliver that.
That is correct.
So still a consideration and not a commitment on the solar panels.
Not a commitment. We're not sure how well they'll work based on our roof space and the design. The contractor that we have looking at it can't really commit to a system that provides a lot of solar energy, and so due to that, we went further with the EV and the heat pumps due to that, rather than it really the redesign to those. The units are fairly small actually in footprint, and we need the peaks and the roof and the dormers the way they are. So it was difficult to get a proper south going view with enough panel to really make a difference.
That's all from me for now.
Commissioner Gibrando, we just lost Commissioner Mills with some internet connectivity issues. Would you mind assuming running the meeting?
Any other comments? Commissioner Milstein.
So can we talk about the mini split units? I have very limited knowledge about this, but I just installed a mini split system. It's actually right above me here. And then there is a condenser unit. I don't know if that's the correct, if that's the correct terminology, but there's a unit that's inside that I'm looking at right above me. And then there's a unit outside. And so I'm just wondering if this is a similar sort of system that we're talking about, a mini split system, which at least this is the way my system was described to me, with the condenser unit outside. All of a sudden, I'm assuming every bedroom would have this sort of a system installed. Every floor would have to have this sort of system installed. So we're looking at, for every one of those, that'd be condensers outside. So in let's just say an average unit, we're looking at potentially 4 condenser units outside. Is that my understanding? I don't know if that's a question more for staff or the petitioner, but that seems, if that's the case, that seems like a problem to me, especially on a condo building this large.
Well, there's one condenser, no air handler. Could you share the doc? Could I get a document share, please?
You should still have the ability to do so. Just go ahead and share your screen.
And if other commissioners have more information on that, feel free to jump in. I'll yield my time so I can get a better understanding of this.
All right, we have condenser. I'm sorry, I keep pulling out we have screened condenser area on the top of the building.
Brian, go to the aerial. I think that shows it pretty well, the aerial shot.
Right there?
No, there's one that's more vertical, that's looking down at the roofs. Do you have that one there? I think you showed it earlier.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
So right here we
See
have,
those little corners right there? Yeah.
these are screened condenser area for the heating and cooling on the top, underneath the eave, within the courtyard, so it isn't pointed towards the neighbors worrying. When you get a bunch of these together, they're within the courtyard and they're on the top in a screened area.
And is one condenser unit enough to support an entire unit? Or will it be, or is there just one condenser unit, or are there multiple condenser units?
I am going to have to ask. One condenser.
Okay.
One condenser outside, in furnace inside. Yep. One condenser, continuous texting of one condenser. So I have to go with that.
Okay.
And that was the reason for the redesign here on the roof. For that.
Okay. All right. I will study up more on that. And then the next question I have is going back to the phasing. And this question is more for staff, not for the petitioner. I don't seem to recall that maybe it's just my memory, that we've had a condo project like this have phases, especially a condo project this small having phases. I'm just a little concerned, as the petitioner has mentioned, that, what if something happens to the economy, they can't finish the project, things of that nature, of what would happen with the rest of the property and the individuals who own the units there. So does staff have any comments about that, Mr. Leonard or Ms. DeLeo, in regards to phasing, if this is common, and how this impacts us from the city's point of view?
I would need for some help on the how it would impact the association and however many homeowners there are at the time. I agree. We've not seen many projects this small and single building projects put phases in, but I can tell you that it should not be a problem just purely in terms of phases. They have put the phase lines at sort of between the units, and I can see from just that site plan perspective, if they were to stop at one of the phase line points, our code is set up that for all improvements shown in the first phase that benefit the entire project, and then whatever improvements are shown in that phase are needed to get certificates of occupancy. So it works from that aspect. I think logistically, once you start and pour the foundation, I think you're kind of obligated to do the whole building. But if they decide from the outright that they're going to do the foundation in stages as well, it works from that phasing perspective. But I couldn't answer right now how it would affect a homeowners association or not.
Okay. I guess then my next question would be to the petitioner in regards to the phasing, where you have your phase lines. If ultimately you stop at the end of phase one and you've sold those units, with phase two, you're going to need cooperation from the people who live in phase one in order to continue building. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how is this, are you truly planning on building this in phases, or is there a financing reason? Is there another reason why we're seeing phasing on such a small project, especially such a small project that's all really just one building?
There are several reasons that could come up for a product like this. But we know that we have to put in all the utilities to make whatever the likelihood of phasing it is very low. But due to the type of construction, the way that the building is designed, it offers itself as an opportunity to phase if we need to. But we have to put in all the utilities in there in the entirety for the site, so it would be fully functional, and the phases would just be a matter of getting back out there and just pouring the footings and doing the buildings themselves, all the sanitary and water leads, storm sewer, the pavers. Pavers is one of the reasons we have grass pavers in the lower area, and that's one reason we wouldn't want to phase, but it lends itself to an opportunity to do that, and sometimes you need to. We don't want to make it a sticking point, however.
Okay. Mr. Lohner, it looks like you have a.
Yeah, I just want to add on that it is atypical. I don't mean this to be flippant. From a city perspective, we care less about how the phasing is going to affect the homeowners association. We care more about the responsibility of the developer transitioning to the homeowners associations to make sure all of those obligations happen. Sure, we can arrange for that to happen. I think the other thing that could be happening here as well is that, keep in mind, phases are also really important for the issuance of certificate of occupancies. And so one of the things that we actually convey to petitioners is think about your phasing when you submit your plan, because for example, if you have a large project, but your desire is to maybe close on a couple of units before the entire development is complete, we can't do that if it's all one single phase. So I would say that another thing that could be considered here is the ability to, it might very well be a sort of a singular construction phase, but that would afford them the opportunity to apply for certificate of occupancies on a more sort of intermittent basis for just a portion of the building as they proceed.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Gibrandel, thank you for stepping in during my technical difficulties. Again, happy 2021, I guess, huh? Who's
Been
next?
there, done that.
Commissioner Sobey.
Just jump in on the end of the VRF. The condensers and line sets, it makes sense that you can split line sets from a single condenser into distribution units inside. And I guess that's my question about the corner units and their size capacity and the rationale that you can't do in VRF, because you could do multiple condensers to be able to increase capacity to cover the square footage. So I'm curious about why those ones are opted out when you could just increase the system.
Just our HVAC consultant stated the corner units are very difficult to do, just based on the capacity of the amount of heat. We do have the opportunity to put in electric. We can add electric heat to the ductwork to pump up the heat because of the corner units. But if doing the corner units is a sticking point, we could look into that, and at the council meeting we could present something there possibly.
I think it's worth it. I've done the system in large commercial buildings, so I think a large townhome is feasible to do. It just takes,
Sure,
a little ingenuity. So yeah, I would request that gets looked into some more as this proceeds. I'm not concerned about it holding this up at this point, but I do want to reinforce that there's strong support to see it go in all of the units, and I believe it's possible. And so as it moves forward and gets the approvals, that would be an important thing to see.
not a problem.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions for the petitioner or staff? Commissioner Gibrandel.
I would just like to say that I appreciate all of the research that staff did to figure out kind of how things comply with what's coming and all of that sort of thing. And I am heartened that like the EV thing is in line and that it meets floodplain ordinance and things like that. I personally don't feel like we need to hold them to the new plan project standards. That's how I personally feel about it. I think that, you know, again, they're not in code yet. I feel like in terms of just the length of what it takes to put these things together, and then at the very end say, oh, here's these different standards you can apply, and they have changed, but shifting the whole footprint around and changing how all the architecture goes together feels like a pretty big ask for something that we're kind of asking for at the very end. So I personally am comfortable with them complying with the current plan project and not the impending plan project. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there and say that that's how I feel about that right now. I appreciate all the work you've done to try to upgrade things and to address our concerns. I personally didn't get a chance to look at the meeting minutes, and I'm just wondering if from your public meeting, and I'm just wondering if you could kind of characterize it for us in terms of just I know that some of the neighbors were kind of, you know, had felt like, oh, it's been 2 years and things like that, and just how the meeting went from your perspective, since it was only just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it was the questions I thought they would have, they didn't have. But mainly it was around renderings, trying to interpret just exactly what is going on. That there was no question about doubling of the size of the development. I don't know if that person was on the meeting, but it really was just questions about the patio, what it looks like, how do they see it, the landscaping. The store owner to the north on Summit had a lot of questions about what is he going to see looking south. So the renderings obviously were the answer to really 90% of the questions there. There were some marketability questions, you know, a lot of the normal questions. But it was really what's it look like. Okay.
And so the renderings just kind of help clarify all of that. Okay, I was just curious.
They have been supplied those renderings, and I answered questions yesterday and this morning about those renderings, and I marked up a couple for them. And as you can see, we only had a couple call-ins. I think we took good care of them.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel supportive of the project. I would like to see, you know, even if there's some solar, I feel like it's still something in terms of what's on there. So that's my sense of it. I know that now that because of the way the rates work with DTE, that it actually makes some sense to have your solar on the west side of your house as well, which is when people tend to be home, because we're putting it, we have it on the south side of our house, and we're going to put it on the west side of our house because we get kind of 100% of our money back when we are actively there using things. And so it's sort of the way that DTE has changed things. It's ended up kind of shifting the market in terms of where it feels viable to put them. So it may be something that you kind of talk to your solar consultant about that. Again, I don't think anybody expects that it's going to be 100% of the energy use of the building, but even if it's, you know, 15%, we got that on another project, that's still maybe what it's going to take to charge the cars, you know, that are there. So I still would like to see some effort towards that, but I appreciate the effort that you've put so far towards all the other sustainability components, and I'm very heartened to see that.
Any other comments? I'll tack mine on to those. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
Thanks. I'll make mine quick. It might be a little late in kind of the comment process, and I'm fairly new, so please bear with me. My only comments really were that the north elevation, to be perfectly frank, seemed a little boring. And I think I'm thinking of the north traffic coming off, it's kind of a gateway into downtown if you're coming off of 23. And so I would have loved to see a little more, I like the materiality on the facade towards Main Street. So I thought that looked great. The limestone and the wood adornment on the windows look good. But the north elevation is just, one big brick wall. So, it seemed just a little bland. So that's my one thing, but I'm not really asking for anything. Again, I'm fairly new to this, so please take my comments with a grain of salt. That it would be helpful to try and create a little more, I guess, complexity from that standpoint. Enclosures. So I'm going to switch over to condensers. I think the enclosures made a lot of sense. One of the things that I know my condo association is dealing with is when people are getting different condensers because they're at the end of their useful life and they get different models, and then you just get away from the uniformity of that design. My question to the petitioner: how long of a construction timeline does 22 units take? So when you're talking about phases, as Alex was pointing out, what is your expectation for construction timeline from this time that you guys get the thumbs up and go?
Well, we would like to get through the construction plan review process and all that, and possibly break ground in late spring, early summer. And that's going to take 6 months to a year to get that finished up. I would imagine, barring all the acts of God, etc.
Okay, so 6 to 12 months. Please let me know if this is an appropriate question. What is this going to market at? Like, what's it going to be sold for? I'm only asking because in the meeting minutes it referred to I defer to owner. So do you guys know what you're going to market at in terms of sale price?
I've heard many numbers bantered about by the owner, but it's in the $750,000, somewhere in there. Could be more, could be less. I figure it'll probably be more if the market continues to go up, but something around that.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Commissioner Milstein.
Commissioner Lee, that was one of my very first questions for the first year I was on the commission, of every single petitioner, to only later find out that they're always way more optimistic before us. Once they got to market, it was a very different number, but I appreciate you asking the question.
Thank you. I'm here to learn, and I think it's important for at least some expectations. Are we pushing $550 a square foot? Oh my gosh! So, all right. Thank you very much.
I will follow up on some of the comments, the thread throughout about sustainability, and largely echo and won't repeat what Commissioner Gibrandel said in terms of, we are beholden with what ordinance we currently have in terms of the plan project modifications and what's required, but really appreciate the petitioners looking back into what elements, well, first of all, appreciate staff doing the comparison to help us understand as we're changing things, like what impact this might have. I think it's helpful when there's projects fresh in our mind. Also, just to reiterate what I heard from the petitioner for everyone is that, electrifying the space conditioning for at least the units in the middle was cost effective. Is that fair? I mean, that's a comment that I heard. And so I think that is very promising for our discussions going forward and to have in our minds. I have no strong opinions about those corner units, but looking a little bit more into that, if there might be an opportunity there, I think makes sense. The other thing, and in terms of solar, similarly, like looking at what the opportunities are, I wanted to just look at the EV ordinance and make sure that I understand the numbers. So based on what Ms. DeLeo said about what the requirements would be, it would be for 6 charging stations in total. And what I heard the petitioner say was that there would be 22 charging stations. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll make that clarification because Alexis didn't hear that yet. She suggested 6 to meet the ordinance. Besides have the others capable and ready. We decided because we're not very confident in the solar piece of it, and some other comments from the planning commission. There just wasn't a reason not to put stations in all of the garages.
And again, kind of in that trade-off, right? Because of the, that is going above and beyond on a sustainability element. So I really appreciate that. And I think what you'll also probably find is that if you can couple those charging stations, if there's batteries, that you can actually, those solar, like the solar becomes then very cost effective. You have lots of electricity load. So, again, I'm not going to push hard on that. That's not a requirement, even that you have considered it. And, right now within the current plan projects being solar access or solar oriented design is something that we look at. So I think that towards the current plan projects modification list of things, your pedestrian orientation is the thing that I can hang my hat on now. But I would say I appreciate, again, pulling this more in alignment with where we are as a community going. And I'm glad that our pushing helped illuminate some things that are cost effective too. So, and good for the environment. Isn't it great when we have win-wins for that? So I am in support of this proposal. Any other comments? Questions? I think, Mr. Leonard, we're ready for a roll call vote then.
Okay, so this is on both motions as presented in the staff report. Commissioner Mills?
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal?
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé?
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams?
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Dish?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Very good. Next step, City Council for you all.
Thank you very much.
All right, yeah. Thank you very much. I especially want to thank Alexis for doing a great job, being available all the time and really helping us out with suggestions. And we want to give her a lot of credit for being here.
We have a fantastic staff. We are fortunate as a community. So thank you.
All right. Good night, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Okay, next item of business is 10A, which is the fiscal year 2022 to 2027. That's 2027. Capital Improvements Plan, the CIP. This is the petitioner is effectively the city. So we'll have Ms. Goslin providing a presentation, and then we'll have a public hearing before our discussion.
And she should be coming in here momentarily.
Good evening,
All
Ms.
right.
Goslin.
Thank you. I was afraid I was going to have poor Alexis's problem hold us up, but it's good. All right. So
who has the PowerPoint for this?
Actually, we're just going to do verbal.
Awesome. Great.
Jump in, Deb, you're ready.
All right. So since this is a public hearing, I know that most of you are pretty familiar with the process, but I know we have Councilmember Dish, who I believe would have come on board after the work session, and members of the public may not be that familiar with the process. So I'm just going to briefly go over, what a capital improvement plan is, why we're here looking at taking an action on it here in the next meeting or so, and then also a few highlights from the specific plan. And I do want to say the plan itself, of course, you had in your packets, but it's been posted on the city website since about the middle of December. So it's been available to the public in that format for some time now. So what is a capital improvement plan? And I'm going to be lazy and call it the CIP after this, just to save some time. So a capital improvement plan, or a CIP, is actually a planning document that covers a 6-year period of improvements. And it's actually mandatory under state law for a community to have a CIP. That comes under the Public Act 33 of 2008. And basically a CIP is a tool to help implement your master plan and move the community forward. And it's also a critical element. Once passed, we'll talk in the process, it becomes the building block for the fiscal capital budget. So what does it take, or what kind of things go in a CIP? Well, the proposed capital improvement has to be something with a value of $100,000 or more, or it could be a study that would be in the neighborhood of 50,000 that will lead to a capital improvement in the future. So we've done a number of utility modeling studies and things along that line that eventually lead to specific capital projects themselves. And probably more for the public, it's well, really, okay, but what is a capital improvement? So we're talking about physical improvements to assets that the city controls. So we have a street system. So paving a street is a capital improvement. We have a park system. So if we want to put in a new baseball field or improve an existing playground, that would be a capital improvement to a city park. Or it could be fixing an old water main. It could be putting in a new sidewalk or bike lane. So they're actual, you can see the difference, improvements to the various assets that the city owns. So how do we put this plan together? Basically, we, many years ago, organized the plan by what we call an asset group. And that works well because most groups have targeted funding sources. So each group has a large number of staff that participate in the process. So the big groups are municipal facilities, transportation, and utilities. And then within those, it's broken down further. So municipal facilities include city-owned buildings like our fire stations and city hall, and there's a few other miscellaneous city-owned buildings. Parks and recreation comes under municipal facilities, and solid waste, because they do have facilities like, materials, resource facility, and so on. Transportation is by far the largest group, and that includes improvements we do at our airport. Active transportation is one that's near and dear to many of our hearts, and that includes projects that help people get around, not in their car, not on a train, but things that require human power, basically. So sidewalk projects, bike lane projects, things along that line, mid-block crossings for safety for pedestrians. Those are some of the kind of things that go in the active transportation group. There's also a bridges group. Most of us don't think about them, we just drive over them, but they really better be working right for us. There's a group we call other transportation, And that involves things in the public right of way that are not really related to getting around in the classic sense, but like our signs and signals, our assets falling inside our right of way that we have to spend money on from time to time. We also have things like retaining walls in our rights of way that have to be taken care of. And also we put the Downtown Development Authority streetscape projects into this category. Then we also have parking facilities as an asset group. And parking facilities are run by the DDA, the Downtown Development Authority, but they are city assets. The by far smallest category under transportation is new streets. And it's small because this is not a community in an early stage. We aren't generally in the business of building new streets from scratch. However, we do get a few that are done by developers that they want to become public streets. And we do from time to time get requests from people who live on some of our gravel roads who would like to see them become paved. That does take a special assessment district, but it's a very small group for that reason. Street construction is probably the biggest of the group. So the orange cones you see all season, every single year, we're reconstructing, we're resurfacing, and lately been doing a lot of what we call capital maintenance. So we may put a light surface coat on a street. We may do things that last less long, but cost a lot less and extend the life of the pavement. And then finally, a couple years ago, we added transit, which basically has the train station and the idea of someday maybe queue jump lanes for buses. And then the final of the big groups, utilities, has the sanitary system. So that includes the system of pipes that collect waste and our treatment plant. Same thing for water, all the pipes underground that the water comes out of when we turn the faucet, but also the treatment plants and our system of dams. And finally, stormwater includes, again, collection pipes, catch basins and so on, but also some detention storage basins. And we also do water quality projects under that heading. So those are the groups that the plan is organized by. So if you looked at the plan, you're going to see those, that's how the projects are laid out. So how do we put it together? We go through a process I call the 3 Ps. So first we have to identify projects. And a lot of that project identification comes from staff who know where the problems are. But we also have long-term planning documents, master studies of all sorts that suggest projects. But then there's also a public element where, for instance, the university may suggest a plan that it's our asset, but it affects how they operate. We have community groups like the WBWC who might say, we'd like to see a new bike connection here. We have neighborhood groups who sometimes make requests for projects, condo associations. So, and also just individual homeowners. And on the individual level, they tend to be requests for things like, could you fill this sidewalk gap, please? Or could you please pave my street? And sometimes they're bigger asks, but generally those tend to be quite targeted to where that member lives. So from the process of the first meeting, we identify projects that are not already in the plan. Then we have to prioritize the projects. Money is certainly not unlimited. So how do we decide to spend the resources that we have? So the city for many, many years has had a very robust prioritization system. We did do some really interesting new things this year because we made a change in software to a new product called Alivance. And as part of that, they also furnished consulting services. And we took our 6 biggest groups and went through a process of updating what they actually use the term strategic values rather than prioritization criteria. So it was really great because it gave us an opportunity to really start rolling in community values that were represented but not very robustly in the old system. So we were able to introduce things like equity issues, more emphasis on our new A20 plan, which really has climate elements, but also trying to foster, more of a multimodal feeling to the community. So each group could tailor their prioritization criteria to help reflect the values that most move the asset forward and help move the community forward. So every project got prioritized, and I mean every project. So it was quite a challenge this fall because usually the first 4 years have already been prioritized. We look at them, see if the scope has changed, and if so, rescore them. But when we changed the criteria themselves, we had to score every project in those 6 largest groups, and that's probably 70% of the whole plan. So it was a long and robust process. And then we have to program them. So that just means you know the list of projects, you know what their score was, but it's not quite as simple as, oh, this got the highest score, so it goes first, because you have to take into account the reality of funding. If you only have a bucket for the year that says you can spend $4 million and you have a single $6 million project that ranks #1, it still isn't going to go first. But it is the primary driver, its score, modified by the available budget. And we also work very hard to minimize disruption to the community by packaging improvements together. So for instance, if the engineers say, these are the streets we'd like to see paved, then there's a stop point. The utilities engineers say, let's check out the state of the water, the sewer, the storm, and that may suggest companion projects. Then after both are prioritized, we look at those combinations that do the most. And so that results in the plan that you have that we're talking about for this public hearing tonight. So it's organized by asset group. Within that group, a list of projects, lists their rank, tells the dollar value in thousands of dollars, and the year that we're proposing for them to be done. So a few highlights of this specific plan. It's covering fiscal years 22 to 27. And because the city's fiscal year starts July 1, that means that fiscal year 22 is starting here in a few months. So July 1 of 21 is the beginning of this new plan. And within the plan, there are 491 projects, which I think is the highest number since I've been here, going on a decade now. And of that total, we actually, since we will have dropped off fiscal years 20 and 21, I furnished you a list of 199 projects that were completed. So it was really quite an accomplishment, especially considering that, the current COVID challenge affected a chunk of that time period. We also have 102 brand new projects that were added. And the total dollar value in this proposed plan for the core years of 22 to 27 is a little over $1.02 billion. And that's actually an increase of 54%, which sounds like, wow, you know, how ambitious are these people getting? But a huge chunk of that increase is coming from one source. And that is, as you know, there's been a huge impetus to increase affordable housing, and City Council worked with Jennifer Hall from the Housing Commission, and a number of city-owned properties were evaluated for potential to be developed as affordable housing projects. So also this community passed a millage just very recently that will help provide some of the seed money to help these projects go. Now, they're still going to be heavily funded by grants, but the sum I added up, the Housing Commission projects are $397 million. So they were a huge chunk of that giant sounding increase. If you set that aside, so for the first time ever since Housing Commission is city-owned buildings, that's usually one of the smallest groups. It is the largest this time. But putting that one aside, the water asset group has the largest total ask. A big chunk of that is the need to replace Plant 1. And when I say replace, it's not like a new one is proposed someplace on a new site, but very, very significant removal replacement on the current site on Sunset. And also, like everyone across the country, our water system is aging, and we are going to be spending significant funds over the next many, many years, just slowly rolling out a replacement of old water mains. And then other groups that added the most new projects would be streets, and that reflects the continuing Fix Our Streets mission from council. The sanitary group added more than they often do, and that's because there are a number of changes at the plant that are age-based and also regulatory-based. And then active transportation, again, we're very fortunate that the community passed the millage to help us start making a greater effort on filling sidewalk gaps, so we don't have to special assess to make that happen. So we were able to put in quite a few sidewalk gap filling projects, and also continuing efforts on pedestrian safety type of efforts. And then there were, you know, every group had quite a bit of new things proposed, but those groups that I just discussed are the major ones. So basically, we're looking at a 6-year plan totaling over $1 billion. And then if you factor in previous things still going and those we propose that'll be spending money in 27 and past, the total counting the bracketed sides is almost $1.4 billion. So it's an exciting, it reflects the values of this community that we work hard to take care of our capital assets. And so I will stop there, and then after the hearing, any questions that come up from community or from you, I will be here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leonard, did you want to add anything in?
Just a couple of brief items. Before the public hearing, you'll note that in the staff report, we do recommend postponement. There is no obligation to do so. That was done from my recollection, and that in the past, typically the full capital improvements plan has been presented to the Planning Commission in a working session, and then we have a subsequent meeting on it. In this case, the Planning Commission received several updates from Deb over the development of the process, but I believe this is the first time you are seeing that capital improvements plan in its total form. So that was the basis for that. But if you are comfortable, you may proceed with action on it. There's no necessity other than your desire if you'd like to postpone or take action. And then we also, I just want to, for the benefit particularly of our new commissioners, just to sort of echo a couple of the comments that Deb made. So under state law, it is the Planning Commission's responsibility to put forth this capital improvements plan. It is intended, just as Deb always does a great job describing, to prioritize and consider all of the physical capital needs of the community going forward and do our best to predict their cost and prioritization of those. That document then is forwarded to the city council. It is not a decree that the city council has to allocate budget dollars, but it is a tool for them to use in the budgetary process. So just to add a little bit more roundness to that. And that's all I got.
Thank you very much. All right. I will open the public hearing for this item. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed capital improvements plan. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 921-7802-7281. City staff will select callers that have digitally raised their hand by pressing *9. You'll be called on by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When you hear the automated message that you're able to speak, please move to a quiet area and mute any background sounds. And please, as we normally do, normally ask, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. There's a couple callers on the line. I see one hand up. If anyone else on the line would like to speak, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And Mr. Leonard.
Mr. Garber, you have up to 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Sorry I'm becoming so predictable. Yeah, but I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the CIP. I really commend staff for its work on the plan, but sustainability is again the topic for my 3 minutes. My suggestion is this: geothermal loops could be incorporated into some of these street and sewer projects. As you know, the 820 plan envisions that all new building construction in the city will be fossil fuel free, and a large proportion of existing buildings are to be converted away from fossil fuels. This means heating buildings electrically with heat pumps. Commission really approved 3 large projects, all fully electrified, that use air source heat pumps: Valhalla Glen, Viridian and County Farm Park, and 2111 Packard. And now the smaller New North, the interior units anyway. Geothermal systems extract heat from the ground instead of the air. As you know, geothermal takes advantage of the relatively constant ground temperature to heat or cool the refrigerant that circulates through the system to the heat pump. It's more efficient than air source. But geothermal is also more expensive to install because drilling is involved. However, the city can lower the cost in its denser downtown districts by laying down geothermal loops in which refrigerant that's warmed by the earth circulates continuously. Each building along the loop would need to install a heat pump driven heating and cooling system, but these homes and businesses will avoid the high upfront cost of the loop, which cost is converted into a monthly service fee. A good example is Boise, Idaho. Boise has geothermal loops that now heat 6 million square feet of downtown buildings during the winter, almost half of Boise's entire downtown. Each time we rip up the streets in our downtown area, we could take advantage of the excavation to drill the holes and install the pipes that comprise a geothermal system, thus lowering the overall cost without any added disruption. The DDA's recent Ashley First project was a major missed opportunity to do this. But this CIP includes another $3 million in non-specified DDA capital improvements, in addition to specifics projects like the $3 million State Street
30 more
project.
seconds.
There may be geothermal potential there. Now, it's possible that there is not enough critical mass of demolition and excavation downtown over the next 5 years to make slipping in a geothermal loop feasible, but this should at least be looked at. and maybe it has been. You may have noticed that the U of M's carbon neutrality plan unveiled last month calls for conversion to geothermal of all campus buildings eventually, with 20,000 boreholes drilled across all 3 campuses. We should be equally forward-looking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If anyone else would like to make a public comment about the capital improvements plan, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Seeing no takers right now, I'm going to move to read the petition, the proposed motion, and then keep my eye in case somebody does raise their hand. It reads, whereas section 1:185 of the Ann Arbor City Code requires that the City Planning Commission annually prepare a capital improvements program for the ensuing 6 fiscal years. Whereas a duly noticed public hearing was held by the City Planning Commission on January 5th, 2021, resolved that the City Planning Commission hereby approves the fiscal year 2022 to 2027 capital improvements plan as a supporting document for the city's master plan. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. Any discussion or questions, comments? Commissioner Lee.
In the staff report, I know that there was a comment saying that there's been 0 public comments. Is that normal? That was one that just kind of stuck out at me. There's been 0 public comments on the CIP. Is that right?
We haven't received any to the planning department. Deb, have you received any public comment on the draft plan to date? And you're muted.
A couple of indirect questions. Someone wanted to make sure the Edgewood Snyder project was still in the plan, which it is. And sometimes they just, no matter what we say in writing, direct questions through engineering or systems planning. So it's actually pretty normal not to get a lot of questions. What we find is once individual projects begin, there's very robust interest in the projects, but the plan as a whole tends not to generate a ton of questions. My personal belief is it's the scale of the thing that may just be overwhelming to people, but they do look forward every year when we put up a map of proposed projects that are supposed to start during the construction season, and then we often start getting a lot of specific questions, and of course there's public engagement on every project, but it's actually not uncommon to have very limited CIP as the big scale questions.
Gotcha, thank you. And by the way, thank you so much for the extremely thorough explanation of the CIP. So
thank you.
To Brett, is there a deadline? As you said, this is enumerated by state law as a requirement of the Planning Commission to put this forward. Is there kind of like a date that we need to meet?
Well, typically we try to get it adopted. Sometimes in the past it's been December or January. But generally, getting it adopted as early in the new year is beneficial because, as I said, then this is used as a resource as the budgeting process goes on. So sort of parallel to this, the city is starting its 2-year budget cycle. And so having this document in place helps all the various departments as well as the city council consider how they move forward on specific fund allocation. There isn't a specific deadline from state law. There is a practical deadline that the sooner we get this adopted as a resource and policy guide, that helps facilitate the balance of the budgeting process.
Got it, thank you. And then last question is for Deb. On the parking prioritization, it seemed like they were all number 1. And so how do we interpret when they are, weighted all the same, I suppose?
Yeah, that's a really good question. In fact, if it were accurate, they would all be zeros because since the parking facilities are managed by the DDA, they don't have a prioritization system in and of itself, or at least in this kind of fashion. So we've been talking to them, and maybe by the next full CIP, they are considering adopting this same new Alliance prioritization process with tweaking from them. But they're not competing. They know what their budgets are, and this is what they have planned. So the old software would literally put a 0. I've been working with the new software people to say it would probably be better, because you had that question, to call them all 0. All ones, all zeros. They literally are not prioritized. You might have noticed that also all of the Housing Commission projects have the same number, same thing, since they do have an independent governing board, and therefore they're not directly competing for funds with city funds, even though they all are in some manner, shape, or form. They are not ranked.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for the clear explanations. It was extremely thorough. So I yield my time.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Gibrandel and then Commissioner Milstein.
I'm just wondering how COVID has impacted all of this in terms of budgets, because I know this process is so long in the making. I'm sure nobody ever predicted with your budgeting process that something like this would happen. I think we're still figuring out what the fallout is in terms of tax revenues and things like that. And so I'm just wondering how that has affected your planning.
It did have some effect, not as much as I had feared going into it. Part of it is, if you think of, say, a group like streets, where the funding is heavily coming from millage, really wasn't much effect.
Yeah.
Our utilities are driven by revenue from our bills. Now, that revenue certainly did take a hit. If businesses weren't open, they weren't using water and so on. But the buckets were adjusted to reflect that. And one other thing I should mention is we also have an internal group that's called CPAN, and I'm always embarrassed. I don't remember exactly, Capital Planning something network, but we work on making adjustments. So if in fact the budget shrinks, that group goes back and looks at what has to give. So it doesn't happen a lot. It tends to happen more because bids came in high or came in low when we have a little more. So we just move to the next thing in line. So it had some effect, and it wasn't as startling as I thought. And I think it's the nature of our funding, that there's a lot of local control, but also like general funds probably were the toughest, because sales tax revenue was down and the city gets a share of that. So the general funds, we were asked to be extremely conscious of, and in the city's budget last spring, they set forth sort of a pattern of how to approach if revenues went down. So the biggest hit, I'd say, was to general funds.
Okay, that's helpful. I think Mr. Garber's idea is kind of intriguing, and I understand that these things are a long time in the making, but I'd be curious to have the Office of Sustainability just look at what it means utility-wise in terms of just the ability for people to be able to hook up to a system like that. Essentially, you're creating a utility.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious what, when we're rebuilding streets, it completely makes sense to do something like that. But I just have no idea of the implications, whether the way that we're structured is very different than Boise, Idaho, in terms of how things lay out with utilities and, who's selling them and all that stuff. So I would be curious, though, to understand if that's something that could be possible, because, we do these huge street projects. It's too bad we just ended a bunch of them for downtown, which is too bad.
There's more coming.
Yeah, there's more coming. That's right. It never ends, does it?
Right.
But I would be curious to see if they have any thoughts about the feasibility of that. And again, I don't know that it would hold this up because I know these things are long in the making. But I do think that that's a real kind of possibility. Once it's opened up, that's a lot of the project is just opening things up. So if that could be integrated in and they see some, potential for that as something moving forward, I think that would be interesting to understand more about.
If I could just briefly jump in, and Commissioner Mills might correct me on this because she has a lot of expertise in this area, but we can definitely follow up. I appreciate it seems like sort of more of an information point than maybe an amendment to this plan. I will say that I don't profess to be an expert in it, but my understanding is Michigan is quite different than other states in that we have a lot of restrictions in our ability to sort of create utilities and restrictions, actually. So there might be barriers legislatively beyond the practical difficulties, if any, in accomplishing that. So, but we can try to at least provide that information back to the Planning Commission for a reference point.
Yeah, I'd be curious because it's not a straightforward utility in the way that it's not energy, it's not DTE in the same way. So, and Chair Mills, you probably know a whole lot more about this than I do. But I think it'd be interesting to see just what's possible because I think we're trying to take anything we can get at this point, right, in terms of our A20 plan. So.
And I would chime in that I think it makes sense to flag it. I think that it is a different kind of utility because again, it's space heating, right? Rather than electricity. So it's different kind of rules. I did do a quick search of A20 and geothermal districts were brought up in the process. So like it was part of our A20 process. It's in Appendix 5, and it's effectively part of a longer list of things that said these ideas were brought up and didn't rise to the level of one of our key strategies that we really examined. I think that it's many could enhance our communities. Like it's not precluding it, but just to know that this isn't the first time it's been brought up, and so kind of elevating that and seeing if this idea of synergies, right? Like using the excavation, I think doesn't hurt to bring to the Office of Sustainability.
Thanks. And thank you for all your work, Deb. It's always illuminating.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Milstein.
I guess this is a question for Mr. Leonard and Ms. Goslin. I feel pretty comfortable moving forward with this and not postponing it. I don't know, Mr. Leonard and Ms. Goslin, if you have feelings otherwise. It's a plan. We've seen it before the Planning Commission twice. We've now had a public hearing. Planning Department hasn't received any comments, and this still has to go to City Council. So I would feel comfortable approving this. I don't know how other commissioners feel, but before we sort of go down that road, Mr. Leonard and Ms. Goslin, do you have any feedback on that?
I don't have any concern. As I said, it was just more of a this was sort of a unique capital improvements. The way the information came to the Planning Commission came kind of more frequently and more fragmented. But no, I don't have any concerns if the commission wants to move forward, and it would be beneficial for the city writ large for planning purposes.
Yeah, I'd echo the second part. I know Marty Pershawn, who's the Chief of Staff for Public Services, would probably appreciate it if it were done tonight, because otherwise they proceed ahead with building the capital budget on the assumption that they're going to get a yes, where knowing they have it allows them to proceed with more confidence. And the budget process is starting in pretty hot and heavy right now. So I would not only not object, but actively appreciate it if it were done tonight. Would make people above me happy.
Commissioner Dish.
I want to echo all the applause for your presentation, Ms. Goslin. That was incredibly helpful. I did read through it before, and it makes a lot more sense to me now. I am fully in support of this plan. There is something that I would have thought would have been on it that's not on it, and that's North Main. And I'm curious, so like if something's not on it, does that mean that we can't even think about it until past 2027 or have to have a bake sale or something?
I think North Main's an MDOT project, right?
Yes, that's why you're not seeing it. Our water projects that go with it are in the CIP, but MDOT itself is doing the road project.
Yes, but if I, shall I put it this way, if I were to get what I wanted out of North Main, I think it might require some city funds, at a minimum, some study funds.
Yes, and I believe that we added under either active or other transportation, a small project to do what you're saying and to try and frame up better the non-motorized improvements. We will have to pay for them, is what MDOT has told us. But to this point, there's been a lot of input, but no solid recommendations. So I'm double checking myself. But I think we put Main Street, yes, under active transportation. We called it Main Street Active Transportation Needs Analysis and Conceptual Design. And we've framed it. MDOT has put off the Main Street project itself. It originally was going to be 23 or 4, and now they're looking a little further. So we do have a project to do what you're saying and continue the community engagement and planning efforts. And then I expect there will probably be some money budgeted the next time around for whatever comes out of that analysis. So that's an excellent question.
And as a reminder, we sort of approach these capital improvement plans on sort of an every other year cycle, whereas what you're seeing now is what we call a sort of a new plan, where we really, in a way, start from scratch, we reprioritize. The next annual consideration will be a more focused modification to this document, where we'll do some updates about what has been accomplished. We might add, we might remove some projects, but it's really some amendments to the existing plan. So that's another opportunity. It might not even happen in the next cycle, depending on that project timing, but every year the opportunity presents itself to consider those types of improvements.
And to further be clear, like if it gets added on the next time around, it doesn't mean that it automatically moves to the end of the list because it's the reprioritized, right? It might be in the next funding cycle. Like it might be project number 1.
Yes. While things tend to move in towards the end, that's certainly not the case in its entirety. There are things that crop up that have either physical emergency in nature or changing values of the community cause something to be elevated. So you're absolutely right.
Any other comments, questions? The one that I have, and I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Leonard or Ms. Goslin, because it's not about any specific project, but one of the things that Planning Commission has been tasked with looking at, or that's been coming up, and Mr. Leonard really headed this effort on direction from council, was looking at some of our requirements of developments. And it was talking to, particularly for kind of small project improvements that required site plan, which also often trigger review of water main things. There's a lot of other engineering kind of things associated with that. And this is Sarah's very simple version of what came out of a lot of those interviews, was a lot of the things that we ask of private development, or maybe this is a clear way, in other communities, if development is planned in on X road, you know, part of what the CIP and why it comes before Planning Commission is to say, like, okay, it's going to be city who makes the water infrastructure and road infrastructure ready for that that increased activity, that increased development, where that's not always the approach here. And sometimes we pass on, you know, the enlarging of water mains to, you know, a private developer, and it's not just their property, it may be other properties. How does that, like, has that come up in your process about like what is called for in zoning, where we're expecting to see a lot of growth, and if we are appropriately budgeting? Or, I mean, a lot of this stuff in my like reading through is a lot of maintenance, rather than I'll just stop there to say how much has that come up among staff as like, does what we add to the CIP prepare for the development that we are anticipating?
Yeah, I'll start, and Deb, if you want to add in. So, in short, that conversation is not reflected in this capital improvements plan. So that conversation, you'll recall, City Council directed us to look at sort of site plan amendment, site plan review requirements as it relates to small and modest projects. Through that discussion, we identified that there's this other sort of looming factor that we hear from the development community largely, that from an infrastructure perspective, it is very challenging to develop in the city because of the expectations we place on development for infrastructure improvements. And so that conversation is going to be a long conversation, because it's going to need to involve some of the departments and areas that Deb's talking about. That has implications to water, wastewater, stormwater, roads, you name it. And so there's the policy discussion, and then depending what comes out of that, you know, if there's movement there, my off the cuff guess is that would result in less resources available for more infrastructure system needs. That's where some of those things come from, is to recognize that because we're lucky, we are a century plus old community that still has a lot of growth pressure and desire. We also have to do that in the context of an aging infrastructure, which might be different from some communities who are making proactive investments to drive growth in specific areas or along corridors and the like. If you think about the site plans that you've considered, they are geographically dispersed across the city. So it's pretty difficult for us to say, this is the area where we're going to get development pressure. It's pretty stretched throughout the city. So I think that is challenging. I'm not saying that we shouldn't spend more time discussing it, but the short answer is I think that those conversations have to happen before you'll see any reflection of it in the capital improvements plans.
Yeah, I could add just one thing. I agree with everything that Brett said, but there is some ways in which that kind of thinking comes into play. There are very robust, for instance, utility models in this city. So in the water group, for instance, Troy Boffman, that works in systems planning with me, is in charge of the water model. And they test it regularly, whatever. And we can say, oh, in this area, fire flow looks like a challenge. So if there is a need where for the existing city, we maybe feel like we aren't furnishing what we could, we do introduce projects. Like one of them will be an upsizing. It can either go on Ann or Thayer, but there's a little small area that has fire flow challenges there. We have sanitary models, stormwater models. A lot of the stormwater projects are driven by inadequacies, so to speak. I mean, that's probably too harsh a word. On the other hand, if the development itself, this is where it gets into the philosophical discussion that sounds like you're getting into, is if the development is creating the inadequacy, then right now it's very true that our design standards and zoning codes put the burden on the developer to extend utilities to service their needs. One of the places where I hear it the most often is in the downtown, where we often, and probably Commissioner Lee is working for Oxford, I understand, would know this, is they are asked to upsize mains because they're, sometimes the last guy in right now, I would agree, is doing the upsizing that benefits them and other people. So that is a whole philosophical, but there is some minor element of that comes into play today in the CIP. And certainly for streets, if they're already in bad shape, they're going on our list to take care of, whether or not there's development. On the other hand, if a development actually tears up a road, I believe we do require them sometimes to pave a lane, but that would not be in the CIP because it would be the other. So it's a very convoluted question and minimally in there at present.
I think just another aspect of it too is some of the concerns we heard is probably reflected in this capital improvements plan. So our models are based on certain sizing of water mains and sewer mains. And one of the things that you have heard and we have heard through this process is the city's asking too much. My project could function just fine with something less. And so I think that's even an added layer to that conversation. What is the appropriate standard? What is the appropriate policy for the developments going in and the capacity is not there? What is the right decision to say, we need to figure out a fix for that building, and what's the future proofing of that so that the next one is successful? And we could do that in a couple of different ways. We could say, no, we don't care about the next one. Let's just focus on this one. But that's sort of in a way setting us back to how we got here with an aging infrastructure that's undersized for the growth and demand that we have on our system.
I appreciate that. And I didn't expect that was solved overnight. And I mean, that's something that literally, I think 2 meetings ago, maybe it was just last meeting, that we effectively passed that back, passed that word on. I think as getting to the CIP, thinking about what are our community values, those are some of the same things, right? That we as Planning Commission are working to uphold in the work that we do as well. And as you mentioned, affordability and equity, and sustainability are things, right? And so, understanding how those things all play in, and anyway, I think that this conversation is probably going to come back, and just thought, in case you weren't in the loop about I did not. On the development side, what we've been hearing, that's kind of some context for it. So I think from my perspective, that we don't have a lot of public comment on this, that we have seen a lot of this before. I'm comfortable voting on this tonight myself. Any other questions, comments? Can we have a roll call vote then, Mr. Leonard? Since there was not a motion to postpone, the vote would be to approve this.
We will start with you, Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Gabrandel.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very much.
Very good. I also saw at least 2 empty water glasses. So I'm wondering if we can take, no, that's 3. If we can take a 6-minute break and come back at 9:30 to take on, I think we have 3 more, at least 3 more items. So I'll see you back at 9:30. order, we're on item 10B, which is the amendments to the permitted uses in C2B and C3 zoned districts for city council approval. And this too will just start with a staff presentation and then have our public hearing.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I just want to sort of set the stage with this. So recently we had a project petition that sort of elicited some reaction from the Planning Commission that maybe it was time to reconsider the permitted uses in that zoning district, specifically storage and warehousing uses. So I want to, and that's fine, that's appropriate, but I do, as we set this stage, I want you to really make sure that you're thinking about this appropriately. We're really talking about a zoning district now and some potential modifications that is going to have wide-ranging impact to those districts across the city. So, at the conclusion of that meeting, there wasn't a specific motion or direction, but there was a lot of sort of what I would say sort of unanimous support by the commission to really dive into the issue of what the appropriate permitted uses are for some of the commercial districts based on that. And so staff has responded to that by putting forth these proposed changes. If the Planning Commission isn't on the feeling like you're ready to consider this or you want more information, that's perfectly understandable. So with that set, what I did is focused on specifically warehouse and indoor storage uses. And so the staff report reflects that we define those in our ordinance, in our existing ordinance, and we specifically provide them as a permitted use in 5 zoning districts currently. The C2B district, the C3 district, the M1, the M1A, and the M2 zoning districts. And so I'm just going to go through those districts and give you sort of the staff thoughts on this, and then opening up to any questions you have, certainly in discussion. So the M1 and M2 and M1A zoning districts, by nature, those are uses that tend to be either very warehouse production. They might be warehousing associated with production. Generally, I thought that the notion of warehousing and storage seemed very appropriate to those zoning districts, whether they're standalone uses or they're integrated with a manufacturing or processing type business or research type business. My assertion is that those are very appropriate districts for the intensity and type of use of those locations. So I didn't spend a lot of time on the M1 and the manufacturing districts, either by further analysis or by sharing any sort of maps of those zoning districts with you. So that obviously leads us to the focus on the C2B and C3 zoning districts. And when we're looking at modifications or the application of zoning districts, this is one of the times when we want to look at intent. This comes up sometimes with even in response to a specific petition review. And just as a reminder, that's the nature of an intent of a zoning district in our UDC, is to try to set the stage of what we're trying to accomplish, what the character of that district is. When we have more specific regulations, of course, those apply. So the intent section is not intended to cancel out some regulation that we've articulated elsewhere in the ordinance. It's rather a guide for considerations such like this when we're thinking about adjusting uses, or we're thinking about a new use or changing uses. What is our intention of that district? And so both the C2B zoning districts and the C2B and the C3 zoning district are pretty similar, actually, from an intent statement. The districts are designed for a variety of commercial activities. The C2B has a little bit more of a, the C2B notably has a more specific reference to the uses in that district might be accessed either by a pedestrian manner or a vehicular manner. It also specifically talks about the C2B sort of being an extension of the downtown. When you look at the C2B map, I don't really see the extension of a downtown from a geographic perspective. That's not to say that From a use perspective, that's not the intention. And I think that's where I have really keyed in on the distinction between the C2B intention statement and the C3 intention statement, which doesn't have that same emphasis on either pedestrian or vehicular access. So when you look at the C3 district, again, some very sort of some similar language in the types of commercial uses, but I think notably, it is more assertive in saying these are uses that people are going to drive to access the service and then probably drive to another business. Whereas the C2B doesn't prohibit that, but it seems to embrace a more complexly accessed, integrated commercial district that could function in both ways. And in short, based on the city's sustainability goals, both from the A20 plan, we're looking at, the transportation plan draft. Obviously, that's not adopted, but really emphasizes other means of transportation. Our existing master plan has a lot of support for trying to find ways that our land use can help support other means of transportation modal choice than automobiles, vehicular access. And so the short of that is based on that. My recommendation is that the Planning Commission consider modifying the C2B district to remove what I think is a very automotive specific use from those districts. However, retain it in the C3 districts. I think that there are other aspects of that. I think the C3 business still does encourage some sense of activity and interaction. But we've also recently considered other uses that I think for the C3 district, such as micro businesses, where they do have a retail customer focus, but they also have sort of a more warehouse grow, large inactive space type function. And so in short, my response to the Planning Commission's direction in that regard is to propose that warehouse and storage district uses be removed from the C2B as a permitted use, but retained in the C3, M1, M1A, and M2 zoning districts. I've provided you with a couple of maps, particularly of the C2B areas in the city and the C3 zoning areas. I will note that you will see some of the same zoning along some of the same corridors. I would note that they have a bit of, I think the C3 tends to be some larger, what I would say, sort of commercial nodes, which I think are distinct from some of the what I would say, inter-corridor segments that are more C2B, not absolute. You also have Briarwood Mall, of course, is C2B. I think that is interesting, but at its core, I think that the same analysis holds true. The mall, the building of the mall is specifically zoned C2B, and most of the parking area is actually specifically zoned parking. That was very intentional to focus commercial activity and pedestrian interior traffic in this case into that area. And I think bringing an automotive dependent use to that, where it might be just sort of a one-off, might be questionable as well. So I'll stop there. Alexis has also done a little thinking about this, so she's just here to jump in and correct me and tell me if I'm wrong. But apart from that, welcome your questions after the public hearing or before.
We'll do the public hearing next, and then unless Alexis, there's anything you want to chime in on now before the public hearing. Okay. So let's open the public hearing then. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed amendments to permitted use in the C2B and C3 districts. Public comment may be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 920-7802-7281. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand, calling on you one by one by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. You digitally raise your hand by pressing *9 on your telephone. You'll hear an automated announcement that you are allowed to speak, and please do move to a quiet area and mute any background sound. Please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. And I see that there are 2 callers on the line. If you are interested in providing a comment about the C2B and C3 zoning districts, now is your opportunity. You can press *9 to raise your hand.
Let's just give it a few moments. All right, don't see any indication.
All right, I will read the proposed motion then. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission recommends amendment to Table 5.15-1 of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code to remove warehousing and indoor storage uses from the C2B zoning district. Can I have a commissioner move that? Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Discussion of the proposed amendment. Commissioner Milstein.
Thank you. So I want to concentrate really on the C3 zoning. So while looking at the map of where we have the C3 zoning, you know, I'm looking at some of these major corridors like Stadium Boulevard, also Washtenaw and Plymouth Road, where we have a lot of C3 zoning. I shouldn't say a lot, but we have some C3 zoning in those areas. And, you know, by looking at this map and seeing where those places are, and some of those are, you know, streets that we travel on a daily basis, do we really want to see storage facilities on those streets? And I think this is a start with regards to amending C2B, but I would really like to see us do something with regards to C3 of having a special exemption use for storage facilities in those areas. So I'd like to hear more discussion on that, but I really would like to see some limitation of storage facilities in C3.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I think I had the same struggles. And Mr. Leonard, your explanation makes a lot of sense to me. So I think eliminating it from C2B for the reasons that you articulated, and then not necessarily removing it from C3 makes sense. I mean, I don't think we should just be going around like picking and choosing the uses that we're putting in our different zoning districts. But looking at the map, a lot of the things that Commissioner Milstein said were the things that I was struggling with. I like the idea. I hadn't thought of it like doing a special exception use, if that's something that we could explore. I like that idea, so I'll second that idea. But otherwise, yeah, I'm good with removing it from C2B. I think based on where we have that zoning right now, it makes sense.
Other comments? Ms. Lee, Alexis, did you raise your hand?
I did. I'll insert two observations that doing work on C3 does not preclude it. You can forward this amendment and still continue work on C3. And also along the lines of special exception use, you can attach use, you can, in the next phase, if you'd like to work on C3, there's a variety of options. Do nothing but special exception use. You can attach some use-specific standards to it, talking about minimum parcel size, and only the first one that came to mind. But my primary comment was valid concerns. Maybe there needs to be a more robust discussion about C3, but you can still act on C2B and continue discussion on C3.
I would take that a step further if it was the commission's desire to consider a special exception for C3. It doesn't have to have use specific criteria. I mean, there are special exception uses that don't have that those specific use criteria. That just the sort of standard criteria for special exception use that tends to be, how does it relate to the master plan? How does it relate to surrounding properties? What does the transportation accessibility to that use look like? So, it could also be done in that regard. So I would just add that there's a lot of different avenues that you could look at in considering that.
Commissioner Sauvé, I saw your hand before I called on Ms. DeLeo.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted to reiterate, like, looking more at the C3, you know, when you put them side by side, some of these things are just all across, like equally across the street between the two. There's the mall on C2B, and then there's, you know, just on the east of State is a similar size project or set of parcels that's C3, you know, on both sides of Stadium, you know, both sides of Platt down there.
Record at Platt, yeah.
Like, so they seem even more interwoven than there is kind of a clear designation between the intent statement. And I guess, like, this just goes to like, the maps are so light in touch because I'm sure most of this white is single family residential and residential as a whole. So I think even like, I'd support C2, like working on C2B now, pushing that forward, having a working session looking at C3 and just all commercial designations without residential, just get a hold on it overall and how those relationships really look. Because I don't think we've really looked at like a full zoning map very frequently to see what those relationships look like. And I'm sure that could also be really helpful with the T1 type stuff and where these two interwoven things might reconcile with another zoning designation. So I just want to kind of put that out there that just like Alexis just said, I think moving this forward while doing some additional work, this is kind of a great kind of progress step to get something in action of something we don't like to see. But the other kind of piece I'd like to say is like C3, those are bigger parcels, at least it looks like. So C3 is probably more likely to do bigger warehouse storage units along these corridors. And so I think there is still some maybe urgency that those are actually ideal candidates to see the types of projects that we're reacting to that we might not want to see in that way as well. So that's kind of my take and reaction right now. Thanks.
Mr. Leonard.
Well, if the commission shares that, I would venture to recommend you consider adding, on the interim basis, a special exception use requirement for those uses in the C3 district. That doesn't preclude additional follow-up if you, as Alexis said, you want to develop specific standards that might apply, or conversely, if you do that work and find that if it meets certain criteria, maybe that could go back to a permitted use, as long as it was satisfying those kind of criteria. But I guess I was struck by that comment. If the analysis of this use raises that concern now, that would be a way to at least provide a checkpoint where if that use is proposed in the C3 districts, it's still going to have to go through that process where we are going to consider all of those standard special exception use criteria. So it's 2 cents.
Other comments? Commissioner Abrams.
Just to chime in and say I agree with those proposals. So to move forward with the C2B special exception for C3 and then continuing the conversation. And in terms of the zoning maps that Commissioner Sauvé was just discussing, like even in this context, I would find it helpful to see 2 and 3 together on one map. So I'm just not having to go back and forth and to compare. So, or even one map that had these and the M districts would be helpful. So I don't know, maybe there's a time we could like list the different map versions that would be helpful for this conversation. And then we could, follow up at a working session with some of those visual aids.
Well, we could also bring that back. So if you'd like to see that information before you render a decision on this, I can certainly do that. This is just sort of my poor map choices. But
I
we can
personally
provide
don't
that.
need to see it before voting on special exception for C3 and removing it from C2B. But I would like to see that if we're going to continue to talk about C3 and or other districts in the future.
Commissioner Lee?
So I think I'll take a little bit of a contrarian standpoint, and certainly I am on board with the idea of eliminating sleepy uses in areas that we want to encourage more equitable access, more pedestrian walkability, like stadium. We know what obviously triggered this discussion. And I guess what I'm kind of the contrarian point that I'm thinking of is that the nature of retail, how we consume this, how we experience things is changing pretty rapidly. Warehousing as an asset class is rising pretty quickly. And certainly the demand for that is relatively high at this point in time, whether it's the logistics companies like Amazon or whether it's, there's plenty of kind of freight. And again, the point that I'm trying to get to, I suppose, is certainly on Stadium, Washtenaw, I think I see Ellsworth. There are elements of this where, I could certainly get behind that. I simply want to at least bring up the fact, are we accomplishing really what we're looking to do? Because there's also, just hear me out on this, warehousing as a use. There are converted uses for warehouse that happens quite frequently. So as far as kind of like a conversion factor, sometimes open warehouses can be useful. So I just wanted to take that kind of a differing, I guess, perspective on, are we really accomplishing what we're setting out to do? There are specific areas where I could see warehousing being appropriate, even in C2B. For example, right on 94, looks like it's right off of Jackson, probably just to the west of what looks like Weber's on Jackson. I can't tell if I really have that correct, but I just wanted to voice that the nature and the sheer demand scale of warehousing and how humans are consuming things are changing rapidly. And I just want to make sure that we're being methodical about how we, make this decision. And again, to solidify the kind of grounding point that I don't think we should have sleepy uses in areas where we want to encourage greater activity, greater growth. But that is doing this going to be prohibitive to warehouse demand that's necessary. I will tell you, I get more calls on warehousing requirements right now than I do on, say, other types of retail. So I want to at least highlight, and then maybe it's just a byproduct of COVID, just what's happening right now, and maybe there is some kind of elasticity and a bounce back to, lesser warehouses. For some reason, again, I think the nature of retail has been fundamentally changed. So I want to bring that up. I didn't simply want to say yes. I agree with, eliminating that use in the C2B. I just want us to be methodical. I am on board with the concept of, again, protecting some of these more corridors from sleepy uses like a warehouse, but that we shouldn't be short-sighted in our approach when we know that, and is everything within the highway belt, offhand, not allowed to be a warehouse, right? So I just want to be, and that's clearly a hyperbole because we're talking about M1, et cetera. There's obviously other zones. So I just wanted to take a slightly, contrarian approach in that respect, and just wanted to highlight the fact that right now there's more warehouse requirements that are coming in for us than there are, for example, retail. So,
Commissioner Milstein.
And Commissioner Lee, it's a great point that you bring up, and that's why I think for especially C3, and I wouldn't even be opposed to C2B of having a special exemption use. With the regards, we can't go out there and look at every single parcel by parcel, and determine what the zoning is going to be for it, whether we want a warehouse district there or not. And I can see in some of these, like if some of these lots were split off where, you know, you have frontage on the main road, but towards the back, it's touching 94, maybe that would be fine to have a storage facility there, or some sort of a retail establishment that has retail in the front, storage in the back. I wouldn't be opposed to that whatsoever, but I think that's where the special exemption use allows us to make that determination. Do we really want a warehouse on Stadium Boulevard or a storage facility on Stadium Boulevard? Probably not, but let's just say like one of the sites looks like it's on Maple, and maybe it's Maple Village that I'm thinking of or I'm seeing there. I'm not exactly sure, where it's Maple and then towards the back is 94. Well, the reality is Maple Village, behind Maple Village is a storage facility that most of us have no idea exists there. That is an area where a special exemption use is, you know, I'd be totally in favor of. So I think that's where, you know, I'm okay moving forward with C2B. But I would be okay if we decided to take a step back and let's regroup and let's put C2B and C3 into the same category of doing special exemption use. I would be fine with that as well.
Thank you for bringing this up. And I think that highlighted like the fact that these are across the street from each other in many, many cases, right? Leads me to think that even though the intent is different, thinking about them together makes sense. The concern that I have though, Commissioner Milstein, with kind of what you were just proposing about like, well, let's make them both special exception uses, and this is also contrarian, right? Is that if our criteria that we use is let's go back to the master plan, and we know that there are either site specific or elements of the master plan, like we need a master plan update, right? That makes me a little bit uncomfortable because again, the nature of a lot of these corridors has changed. Just like the description for a lot of these, I mean, I don't know if it sounds to me like the description for C2B and C3 were definitely written in a different era, right? Like, and there are elements of our master plan, I think, that were also written in a different era, and that, you know, these have been corridors into the city that now that is where we put transit. And so we have lots of people and so before that's where you wanted to keep all the cars and all of that traffic, like now that's where people are walking around, and you want them to walk around so that they can access the bus. And so that's my concern a little bit with putting it on the putting them both to special exception use right now. I think that you're right that they should be treated the same. I would almost argue that with the few exceptions of the places that you pointed out, Commissioner Lee, like kind of south of the Beltway or kind of south of 90 or of 23, most of those are probably, whether it's C2B or C3, probably not places that would be appropriate. And so I would almost say, at least until we can come up with a better fix, and given one of the communication things before us, which is thinking about T1 and maybe instead calling it mixed use, right? Like all of these, like we have different classes of mixed use, maybe just like simplifying the number of districts that we have in the city. Like this is a clear example to me of that we are applying these two districts very similarly, that we have them across the street from each other in random, it's maybe not, it was certainly not random. There was definitely an intent behind it, but it seems like these things have not always been necessarily thought of as very distinct, perhaps. That it's time to just rethink these districts entirely and like these zones entirely. And do we need both of them actually? And so until we can get to that, which I do think takes a little bit more thought, maybe it's better, safer to keep what staff recommended on C2B, but maybe also, at least for the time being, take entirely C3, this use out of C3 as well. I don't think it's gonna put that much of a kibosh on the market. And most of the places that are C3, I think probably would be inappropriate, from my perspective. So. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
And you could always rezone, right? So like that one parcel in particular that's like by Weber's that maybe would be an appropriate place for a warehouse. Like they could always request a rezoning. I'm starting to maybe get more convinced that like we should just take it out of C3 as well. No. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I would just, again, encourage you to think about the use in the intent sections. We might have zoning districts in close proximity to each other, but they are different zoning districts. And I'm not, I think you're raising a lot of good conversations. And this is a point of challenge for me, is that so many of the conversations that happen on this table and at the council table are ripe for a master plan discussion. And obviously we're unable to do that at this point. And so, I think that there is, given that we are dealing with our policy framework, which is our master plan, and we're dealing with our current code framework, which are these distinct zoning districts. So I would, again, I don't want to say that their proximity is not relevant, but they are distinct districts. The questions about whether or not they're in the right places, I think that relates to this, but it is a slightly separate question.
Commissioner Gabrandel.
Yeah, that's what struck me is more just like, it seems a little random where these things are in relation to one another. That's what struck me the most about this. Not so much the intent that you're talking about, but just that these things are all interwoven around each other. And if you drive down Stadium, you can't tell one from the other by looking at the different zoning districts that are there. So I do think it is a bigger master plan issue. I'm comfortable with C2B, but I think Commissioner Lee brings up a good point. I do, about the C3. I'm not quite willing to go there yet with the C3 with that as part of the discussion, which I think is valid. I think a lot of things are changing right now. And I don't know if it means that it's more like an overlay over the transit corridors that may just prevent a certain number of feet back from something like that. Maybe that's a way to deal with it that's different than the thing about the special exemption use is that it's a gamble every single time a developer does that. It's like, are they going to accept it or not? And I certainly don't want to make people rezone either, just like, oh, you just have to rezone, because that's also a huge risk. And so I, in some ways, would rather be just clear about what we want. Is it 100 feet back from the back of the, from a major transit corridor? If that's our issue, then let's just say that. So I'm pretty comfortable with the C2B. Just as I'm looking at it, I'm surprised how few there are, when I'm looking at them. And there's obviously more C3, but I just feel like there's a bigger discussion to be had about some of this in terms of where things are going. And that there may be some other tools that we can deploy to be able to get at exactly what we want here. And if it really is frontage along roads where we want people to be, then maybe let's deal with it in terms of frontage along roads rather than the zoning, that there's some sort of overlay something. So.
Commissioner Milstein.
How would this group feel about tabling this and having a discussion at our working session maybe next week? So that instead of voting on this separately, since I think there is an agreement of some sort that they're pretty much the same, or at least very, very, very similar. So it might be worth it just to table this and have a conversation in a working session, whether it's next week, Mr. Leonard, depending if that PUD pre-submission happens or not, or if it's a month from now, I don't think it really matters. But I think, I really do think it's worth the discussion of having them together, because the more that I think about it, the more I'm sort of thinking, well, maybe C2B should be a special exemption use. But I'm also open to hearing what everybody else says. So unless there's huge opposition, I will eventually move to postpone this.
I'm not opposed to that, other than, like, given how few parcels are C2B, wondering if it makes sense to move on that now. The other thing that I would just flag that this highlights for me, right, is the urgency and the necessity that, to some extent, what Commissioner Gibb-Randall brought up, but I think that is underlying this, is to look at how things along these corridors are zoned. And whether it's an overlay, right, or for the existing districts, or generating a different district. I think these maps, right, and the extent to which we have different, directly across the street from each other, different uses allowed or not allowed, I think is emblematic of our need to kind of rethink what happens here. Because, for example, if we moved on what was happening tonight, you know, on the east side of Liberty, in that stretch of Liberty, it wouldn't be okay, but you could do the very same thing just across the street. And I would argue that we want the other side of the street to be walkable too. Like, it has the same character, right? And so that's where treating these two differently, that's how the zoning is applied, not the intent. I totally get what you were saying, Mr. Leonard, about the intent. Like, the intent is different, but as it's been applied, like what the map looks like, doesn't always bear that out. And that's what makes me uncomfortable, because I feel like it just seems odd. So, Commissioner Sauvé and then Commissioner Abrams.
I'd say I'd prefer to proceed. I think, because it isn't just across the street, they are nested. And I think there was some urgency because we're seeing this. And if Commissioner Lee is right about the demand, more could come up as we deliberate. And so, like, I really do want to be proactive in the things that we do want to see and don't want to see, and set up our ordinances in a way that reflect that. And so I think making movement on C2B, and that's where, like, C3, I'm okay, special exception, or, you know, we can kind of look at it. But yeah, I'd like to see all these corridors and just like what everything is, the rainbow of zoning along them, and have that bigger discussion. But I would prefer some action now, as we're seeing things happen pretty quickly in some of these areas.
Commissioner Abrams.
I was basically going to say the exact same thing. So ditto that. I would prefer to proceed with the C2B at least.
Other questions, comments, motions, or not? Commissioner Abrams.
Sorry, I also just maybe a question for Brett and Alexis. The process by which we would look at the zoning along a major corridor and evaluate that, like, that is the master planning. Like, does that happen outside of the master plan process?
Well, we're not midway through a contract to update our whole master plan, but on your work plan is to have the master plan subcommittee meet and start talking about what are some components or aspects of the master plan that we could look at incrementally. That might be one of them, where the short of it is, yeah, I think that's a master planning conversation. It might also be a zoning conversation. I'm struck by the parallel. We've received some feedback on the transit district, you know, that is advocating for, you know, no, don't create a new district, just create one district. Well, that, you're sort of contemplating that we got here because there was a desire for some distinctions in some of those uses. I think now, X years into the history of zoning here in the city, we're looking at these maps and questioning, were those distinctions applied correctly, or maybe some of them were actually in response to specific proposals, who knows? I think it is a master planning endeavor. It doesn't have to be. We can look at zoning to see how zoning is relating to our current master plan, but I think that's the better way to go.
So given that it seems like the time scale for that larger analysis could be quite long. So it kind of reinforces by feeling that we should act at least on C2B this evening if there's consensus.
Other questions, comments? Commissioner Milstein.
I just want to point out to maybe city council members who are here or who are watching us from home, this has now become a regular thing where every single meeting we are addressing our master plan and how outdated our current master plan is. And so for anybody who's watching from home or on whatever way you're watching it or when you're watching it, I encourage you to contact your council members and encourage them to make this a priority. It's time, and we keep talking about it, and now it's every meeting we have the same conversation that it's time for a new master plan for that process to start again. So I'll mention it one more time. It's time. Hopefully our city council members are listening to us. Thank you, Commissioner Dish.
Commissioner Clark. You're muted. Sorry.
I just wanted to tag on that from like am I still, okay, good. Like I was just working in another city that had recently updated their master plan, and from affordable housing development perspective, I was kind of surprised just how much more accessible the information was. The interface was so much easier to go and find all you needed to know about a parcel in one spot. It made even, finding tax records easier. So there's a lot of benefits there that people might not think of. Yeah, just wanted to throw that out there.
Thanks. All right. Commissioner Milstein, you suggested earlier that you might propose a motion. I don't know if you want to do that or not, or if we're ready to just vote. And so there have been no proposals to amend what's before us. Instead, what we're getting ready to vote on is changing the use table. It's as drafted, which is changing the use table to not allow this use in C2B and letting C3 be the next step.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the notes of who moved and seconded the original motion. Do you recall?
I kind of feel like I called on Commissioner Sauvé and then maybe Commissioner Abrams? No. Who wants to have seconded? Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Oh, Commissioner Milstein, you did it? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
It's all very friendly,
You can go back and watch after this.
I know. I think we're ready then for roll call vote.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibb-Randall.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Abstain. Can I abstain? Sorry.
On what basis? Let me follow that up. The reason you would abstain is for a conflict.
Okay.
As we're not taking any action on a specific property,
Okay.
I don't see that. I don't know if the Planning Commission would like to investigate that further. So I guess I would encourage you to, if you're comfortable, to take your position on the proposed change, unless you think a conflict is existing.
No, I'm not sure that I've engaged with this substantively enough for me to have a very like an informed vote.
Which is fine in that circumstance. I would encourage you to vote no then. If you are not comfortable with the information that's provided, that's perfectly acceptable.
No.
Do you have any questions about that before we move on? I just want to make sure you.
I don't think so. It was, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I can make something for the record, or do I do that after the vote?
Well, let me just finish the vote. But to be clear for all commissioners, when you're faced with a vote, your responsibility, unless you have a conflict, is you should be taking a position on it. If you are supportive of that, you should vote yes. If you're not supportive of it, you should vote no. If you feel that you are not ready to make a decision in that regard, and the rest of the commission is, it's perfectly appropriate to vote no. You can disclose that that is the reason why, but I just want to be clear that unless you are affirmatively understanding that you can support that action, that's a perfectly appropriate action.
Gotcha. Answer.
Commissioner, so no. I got you for a no. And Commissioner Clark?
I'm going to say no, because I want to kind of learn more about where the master planning and everything fits together, and I feel the same way as Commissioner Lee.
That's great. So the motion passes.
Thank you very much. We're on to item 10C, which is the Ruthven Nature Area Addition rezoning, which is at 3301 Geddes Road, and this is for City Council approval. Ms. DeLeo, you have a presentation for us?
Thank you. I will just, while I speak, I will share the staff report, mostly for the all right, are you?
I see it.
Okay, good. Mostly for the benefit of any viewers to see the staff report. I know that not too many people click on the link. So this is a rezoning of a Ruthven Nature Area Addition. It's the Ruthven Nature Area has recently had an addition of, I apologize. The Ruthven added a little more than 8 acres and is now a 28-acre park. It was previously zoned R1A, and it is now appropriate to zone it PL, public land. Here is the Ruthven Nature Area, which is located at Geddes and Huron Parkway, and the addition is outlined in the dashed line. This is somewhat of a formality. However, it has in change to the zoning map cannot be done administratively. It must be done by ordinance, which means a public hearing of the Planning Commission and then again by the City Council. Planning staff is recommending approval. Any follow-up questions, be happy to answer them.
Very good. We do have a public hearing for this. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed Ruthven Nature Area, rezoning of Ruthven Nature Area to public land, the PL land district. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 921-7802-7281. City staff will call on select callers that have raised their hand, calling on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. In order to electronically raise your hand after dialing into the meeting, please press *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated announcement once the host has allowed you to speak. At that time, please move to a quiet area and mute any background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. And please also state your name and address for the record at the beginning of your comments. If there are a couple callers on the line, if you'd like to speak at this public hearing, you can press *9. I'm going to start reading the proposed motion, in part because we typically don't have tons of comments.
I'll keep an eye out.
Awesome, thank you. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the Ruthven Nature Area Addition rezoning from R1A single family dwelling to PL public land. That is moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Lee. We are in discussion. Any comments, questions for staff about this? Commissioner Lee and then Commissioner DeBrandel.
Just for staff, this seems purely procedural. Is there anything substantive that we should be that we should know about this? Everything seems, again, just simply. Let's just make sure that it reads correctly on the map.
Correct. It is purely procedural, although we can't just do it administratively and change the map. We need a formal action to change the map. But it is one of the more knee-jerk, I don't have the right words tonight. It's one of the more knee-jerk reactions. It's our policy to zone publicly owned land, PL. Just when the city acquires land, whether it's donated or purchased, the zoning map does not change automatically. So we need to initiate this formal procedure to follow it up. We are not required. There's no law that says that publicly owned land needs to be zoned PL, but it is our preference and our policy that when you look at the zoning map gives you some indication of the land use. And so when it is a parkland or city-owned land, we want it to show as PL, so you have a clue when you look at the zoning map about what's going on there.
And I guess the only, substantive question that I might have is that if it's currently zoned single-family residential, has there been a highest and best use that the city could, don't get me wrong, I love Gallup Park. It's right across the street. I think it's great glacial land. And was there a highest and best use in that glacial, preservation as public land in a park is the highest and best use?
I know that there is a longer process for when the city either acquires or accepts land donated, particularly for parks. This land was purchased by parks, and it went through their own vetting process, which includes an evaluation of the land, the monetary value, as well as the park value of the land. And then the purchase price, there's a process there where I believe the city can only pay market value of it and so forth. So I think in some sense of what you're saying, yes, there's been a evaluation. There's been a lot of process involved also in terms of task force recommendations, committees, subcommittees, reporting to get to this point.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. It was just simply a question born out of, I suppose, ignorance. So thank you for that.
It's all good.
Commissioner Gabrandel.
Yeah, I would just point out to Commissioner Lee that it looks to me like about 95% of this parcel is in the floodplain. And so, that also helps clarify why it makes a lot of sense as a park and not as more single family zoning. My question is that there is no sidewalk along Geddes. There is sidewalk along Huron Parkway. And I see all kinds of trails and things like that through this area that people have just made. There's a really interesting cane, which is a glacial structure there that is really, I think the only one that we have in Ann Arbor that's really that distinct. And there's just not an easy way for people to get there. And so I guess what I would hope is that as part of this, that the city would actually commit to putting some sidewalk along Getty's there. And I realize that it's not going to go anywhere and all that kind of thing, and that the right of way is really narrow there. But I just would like to have people be able to have access to this thing. And I think that the easiest place for, if people are going to park there, it's to park at the Gallup parking lot and be able to cross at the intersection and get over there and enter from a sidewalk off of Getty's. And I would just hope that as part of this acquisition, that the city would commit to putting some sidewalk in there so it's safe for people to do so. So if you could just kind of pass that one along, I guess, to city council in terms of, you know, or Parks Department or whatever, that I hope that that's part of the long-term plan for this site.
I will be sure to pass that along to the manager, Colin Smith.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Milstein.
Just real quick, wanted to second what she said. That's a really great point. That area is hard to access, and it might be, I don't know how the sidewalk millage and all that's going to go, but I feel like that might be a, you know, appropriate since it's a public spot and everything. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Commissioner Milstein.
I will third what Commissioner Gibrandal said in regards to sidewalk. There's also an interesting bus stop that's right there where there's really nowhere to stand at the bus stop. Sort of like you have to literally stand in the road. So I third that. The other piece just for Commissioner Lee. So this property was on the market for a very, very long time for a lot of money. And really it's buildable towards as far away from Getty's as possible if you go straight back. And you literally needed to build a bridge that was very, very long to get to that small buildable part. So this is the best use for it.
Gotcha. Thank you. No, I appreciate that clarification.
Any other comments? Do you want a roll call vote, Mr. Leonard, or can we just voice vote?
It is action on a piece of land.
Let's take a roll call vote then.
Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal,
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Carries unanimously.
Excellent. The next item is 10D, Oakwoods Nature Area Addition rezoning, which this property is at 3382 Nixon Road, and this is also for City Council approval. And Ms. Leo, you've already got things loaded.
Trying. You can see, great. This is very similar, but it's a different park in a different piece. But this is a 6-something acre addition to Oakwood Nature Area, bringing it to 55 acres, I believe, if I remember correctly. The Oakwoods Nature Area is in green here. It fronts on Green Road. It goes all the way up to US 23, and it is a little bit east of Nixon Road. The addition is here in the red dashes. It comes from the adjacent development, which is now called Owl Creek. During the planning phases, I believe it was the annex. But again, it's zoned R4A, and the proposal is to rezone it to PL now that it has been deeded to the city. This one was a donation. The previous one was a acquisition, meaning a purchase. Any questions? I'm happy to do follow-up. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much. There's also a public hearing on this one. And so I will open it up. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed Oakwoods Nature Area rezoning from R4A residential to PL public land. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 921-7802-7281. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand. You do that by pressing *9. Mr. Leonard will call on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. You'll hear an automated message saying that you can speak. Please move to a quiet area, mute any background sound. And please state your name and address for the record. And that was largely done.
Give it a moment to see if anybody indicates a desire to speak.
Yep. For the TV time delay. Let's see.
TV timeout.
I'm going to start reading the motion and maybe people will call in or raise their hand. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the Oakwoods Nature Area Addition rezoning from R4A multiple family dwelling to PL public land. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Dish. Any discussion? All right. This is largely like the last, except not on that busy road. It's tucked back in behind the development. So. Mr. Leonard, I think we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibb-Randall.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. We are now on to item 11, other business. This is the C1A, C1AR updated response to the City Council Resolution R20-267. Mr. Leonard, we failed you in your absence last time, so.
Well, see, I was gonna introduce this as I missed the meeting and just had a burning desire to micromanage you. On December 15th, you considered communication to City Council on direction that they had given to the Planning Commission regarding the C1A and C1AR zoning districts. We had developed some proposed changes and modifications to those districts. On the 15th, you modified those communications to basically seek additional direction from the City Council on what they would like to do. My view of this is that the Planning Commission has not yet fulfilled what the City Council has already asked the Planning Commission to do, and that's to advise them on whether to eliminate those districts or modify them or do nothing. And so my assumption going into that meeting was that the Planning Commission had agreed on a series of potential changes to those districts as it relates to development standards associated with them. And I believe that the modifications that were made on the 15th, again, don't speak to what your recommendations are for those districts as the council has asked. So you've already executed a communication on this. I can't force you to go back on it. My point is that I feel like as the Planning Commission, we have an obligation to communicate what our recommendation is in response to the original resolution. And I didn't think the modification did that. It seemed to point back to what the council had already asked the Planning Commission to do. And so I presented a draft amendment that would more directly reflect, I think, what council had asked, which is that the Planning Commission does not recommend any changes or elimination of those districts. That seemed to be what the amendments on the 15th were seeming to get to say that this is not of an importance to the Planning Commission, unless the council thinks otherwise. I would aspire that the Planning Commission takes a more sort of determinative position on what the council asked them to do. So I think it's either being more forthright that the Planning Commission does not believe any changes are warranted, or I think our communication to them are we intend to pursue the modifications to the development standards that were discussed. You can yell at me now.
There is no public hearing, so I think what we do is I read the motion, somebody moves and seconds it, right? I just want to make sure, because we normally have a public hearing. Okay, so I will read the motion, and then Commissioner Dish, you're first up. The motion reads, the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby approves the following update in response to City Council Resolution R20-267 and summarizes Planning Commission intent for proposed ordinance amendments moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Dish. Commissioner Dish.
Yeah, so I don't mind at all being forced to revisit this, as you know, because you heard from me after our last discussion. I wonder, once we have developed the T1 district, or whatever it is that we end up, multi-use, whatever it's called, how likely is it that these zoning designations would be used along corridors that some residents have objected to because they're too far out of the central campus area? So along corridors like Plymouth, Packard, wherever. I mean, we've never used it there, but wherever. Is that too speculative of a question to be asking? And I'll just be forthright. I mean, my feeling is this is not something to put a lot of time into, given all of the other things that we need to do, because I think that it is not likely to be used in the imminent future, and I think it is really not likely to be used after TOD is in place. At least it's not going to be, in the language of some people, misused once TOD is in place. And I hate to see us waste our time, or staff waste their time, I should say.
But my thoughts on that are it is a little bit speculative. I think that the transit district has the opportunity to probably to provide, depending if and how it is realized, has the opportunity to provide a sort of similar development criteria in the ordinance as to C1A and C1AR. That said, the couple of recent examples of sites that have sought that don't come to mind to me as being on the signature transit routes. A little bit of yes and a little bit of maybe.
Did you have more, Commissioner Dish, or you want me to go on to Commissioner Sauvé?
I mean, I was going to say that I didn't think Lower Town was impossibly off it, but
yeah, no, it's proximate. But like, I think when you look at the signature corridors, they are Plymouth and State. And when I think about that project, Lower Town or Beekman on Broadway is quite close to Plymouth, obviously. The Garnet was sought, that was denied. That's a little bit off. So it's hard to say, but I think that's the intention of the T1 district, at least from a staff perspective, is to provide some other development opportunities along those transit corridors where density can be supported by those other modes of transportation, perhaps more readily.
Right. And I know that, I believe I remember that this instruction to Planning Commission to review these designations was paired with a moratorium on their use, which seems like, I mean, that's not a word I like. It just feels like a very dramatic gesture, but I feel like it's kind of safe to say these designations are going to be sort of mothballed for a while, and council can certainly not use them. A developer might ask for them, council cannot use them, knowing that we have this other piece of the puzzle underway and hopefully, you know, really at the council table by this summer or so. So I just, I feel like this is a distraction, and that I guess this is just, you know, I could try to make a resolution in council to say, let's not prioritize this, but I just feel like let's not make too much of this. the horse is out of the barn for the past, and we are looking forward to a future where we have a transit-oriented development, or however transit-supported, or whatever we're going to call it, zone.
Yeah, I would concur with that. You know, any proposal to rezone property is reviewed by the city, and ultimately, you know, that's where the city is going to look at master planning documents and other circumstances. In the recent cases where this zoning has been sought, one was approved, one was denied. You're absolutely right. You know, ultimately, you and your colleagues at the city council, upon advice of the planning commission, have that ability to consider the appropriateness of any zoning district. So I would agree with your assertion that the city has a lot of ability to consider the appropriateness of if these districts are proposed anywhere else without any action.
Commissioner Stove, I saw your hand before.
I guess I read this as there's two directions. One, to adopt as is, about the leave it, you know, let it be, or add the language back in and say we recommend modifications and these are what they would be, are kind of the two ways. Just, okay. And then if we recommend modification, we would be giving ourselves the homework without a requirement of city council directive to start acting on those modifications that we recommended through this communication.
Yeah, I would envision that happening like the site plan, where you're going to communicate to the city council, we've considered this, we've done analysis of it. We think that these changes are appropriate and we're going to get to go to work on them. Alternatively, and the draft that I presented to you this evening is the second option. It is, I'm sort of basing that on the changes that I saw occur on the 15th, which seemed to indicate that the Planning Commission wasn't prioritizing that homework. And I thought it was appropriate to be more definitive that the Planning Commission communicates to council, we don't intend to do any changes in this regard. You know?
And to say, recommend no elimination or modification, it then kind of says, like, if this is still a priority to you, you can send another directive back to us. You know,
that goes without saying, though.
Right. I guess that's from our conversation from the 15th. I guess how I recollected is we were kind of feeding council the idea that this stuff was going to get done to test the waters to see what their priority was to give it back to us as homework. But how it actually is written is, this is the work we're going to get done. And so we're automatically prioritizing it through the communication. And there's no way for council to actually give us it as a priority with everything else.
They've already done that. They've already asked you to make that determination and do that work if you think it's appropriate. And so that's, I feel like that analysis went into it, and then at the last minute we said, but we're not, Planning Commission's not sure, whatever you think. And I think that the council has asked the Planning Commission for advice in this regard. That's the Planning Commission's role. And so the amendments seemed too wishy-washy for me. They didn't seem responsive to what council asked of us. And so that's my promise. But I totally agree. I think that if the Planning Commission's thought is the city has the ability to consider such zonings in the future. We don't think it's a priority. We think that moving forward on transit is more important. I think that should be the clear communication that that we don't believe any changes are necessary at this time. We don't intend to work on it. Okay. Alternatively, it could be, we think these districts are appropriate. We think we should make these modifications to the development standards in response to some of the concerns that were discussed at the resolution, and we're going to proceed with that. That's ideally, I would see one of those two.
Okay. Yeah, I think, my take, from early on was, I think that there's other things that should come online that have more appropriateness than this that would replace it. And so working on this to then be taken over by more appropriate things seems like not the right priority. I do think, though, that there is, and I'll just say it, there's a need in zoning for something like this, which is why it's starting to come up as this sort of combination of needs on a site through the C1A C1AR that other zoning designations don't help with. And I will be the broken record on this agenda item to say the master plan would be the thing to help solve what that combination of things of zoning is. So just to kind of reiterate how it all circles back to that again and again. But yeah, I really appreciate you clarifying this back into just get a direct response done. And it really just kind of highlights where to get the work done, which is more about types of zoning designations, and that we just don't have the appropriate combo right now. And there's other ways to work on it. Thanks. So yeah, I like the strike through. I'll just kind of be very clear about that since that's the ask right now.
Other comments? My very blunt comment is that go ahead, Commissioner. Well, I'll finish my blunt comment. We've already given this way too much attention given all of the other pressing things. And like, that was the very first thing that we said when we saw this directive, which is, yeah, there's things about, like, our city has evolved. This is why we need to update the purpose statements of our districts, why we need to think about all of our districts, why we need to think about like what our master plan is calling for. Like, our city has evolved, but as Commissioner Sauvé just said, like, people are proposing this because they want to build something like this. And actually, I want to say that I have heard the callers who have called in and said PUD is the way to go. When people want to build something like this, they should be building a PUD. And the PUD is for when we don't have a district, where we don't have a typology that you can do that is appropriate. This one, I think that there's a bigger conversation, and I think that there's different attitudes about how often PUDs should be used. There is a lot of uncertainty associated with the PUD. It's a make your own district. If the things that we're looking for are mixed use, like we have developed districts that are mixed use that allow for some flexibility on parking, we should just make those districts and not push people to create their own. I mean, that's what PUD is, kind of create your own adventure. And it locks future development into only what was envisioned at that time. So I personally don't think that we want to be pushing, although I recognize we need more affordable housing. I think the uncertainty associated with PUD ultimately works against affordability, personally. I mean, I would be happy if somebody put numbers behind that, but my sense is that all of that uncertainty is actually not. It may lead to additional revenue into the Affordable Housing Fund, but it increases development costs, which I think is counterproductive. So that was less blunt than more succinct. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, and then I think maybe I saw Commissioner Clark's hand, maybe.
Okay, so I know that there's a lot of baggage with this issue with these zoning districts. I guess I have a few disjointed thoughts and comments, and I'm not really sure where I'm landing with these things. I guess I feel like, going back to the original request, I don't know that it's really our place to completely eliminate or recommend elimination of a zoning category without a public process, without going through this master planning process. So I definitely wouldn't be comfortable eliminating it. And I think a lot of things that Commissioner Mills just said, like, we need these more flexible, like mixed use zoning districts to be options. I don't think C1A and C1AR are perfect. Like, I think they do need modifications, but I also don't think they're necessarily going to stick around. I think what Commissioner Dish was saying, they probably are not going to be used, and we don't necessarily want them to be used. And we're going to be working on these other zoning districts to probably replace them. So I'll just throw this out there, like, does it make sense? And maybe this is more of a staff process question, or maybe this is something that fellow commissioners want to comment on. And I don't even know if it makes sense, but like the idea of this moratorium on a zoning district that we're saying, well, if council doesn't want to do this, they can just not do it. I mean, if that's sort of the approach that we're taking, that we don't love the zoning district, but we can just deny it and make them come back with something else, it doesn't make sense until we have something better to just do a moratorium. I'm sort of asking the question because I don't know what I think.
Well, this discussion is a statement of intent of the Planning Commission. So if it was desirous to move forward with elimination, that process would occur, definitely. As it relates to the use of the city, I guess when I say that the city always has the ability to apply the zoning district or not, I am personally not coming from a premise that it's not a good zoning district. I think that as part of our discussion, we recognize that obviously there's been consideration of this district in the city. I think that comes from a combination of market demand and desire and appropriateness as determined in some actions and inappropriateness by the city. So my point is not that when I say that my premise is not that they're bad districts. My premise is that the city with any district has the ability to decide if that district and those development standards are appropriate at the location sought. And so I look at it a little bit differently. I don't think saying that is presuming the districts are bad, and why shouldn't we just be more forthright about that? My point is that it's what I've heard from the Planning Commission in considering this issue over the last several months is that no, this has utility for a development prototype in our city. The city always has the decision on where to apply that. You've heard from members of the public that there's positions that the city has applied it incorrectly, but ultimately the city always has that ability to decide whether or not to apply that. And that's just base. That's how the legislative process works.
I mean, I liked the modifications that we had in, I don't even remember when now, like with the height, because right now it's like no height limits, right?
Yep. Yeah, the proposed modifications were height limit, that as it got close to adjacent residential districts, that height goes down. It was also removing premiums from those districts. And yeah, those are the bulk of it.
I also agree that, we've talked about this a lot, and I'd rather be working on like a transit or a mixed use district. So I don't know. I mean, if we said like we recommend those things, I mean, I don't even remember how it was like. Is there a way to word it that's just like, let's keep it, let's do a height limit. We're done. We don't have to keep working on this.
Well, if we, that's my point. If Planning Commission thinks there should be a height limit, I think the Planning Commission should say there should be a height limit here, and we're going to work on that. I don't think that it's responsive to council asking you what should we do with these districts for us to say, we think we should do a height limit, but we're not going to do anything about it. That's the Planning Commission's role, is to say we think that there should be a change here, and we're going to work on it.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess maybe I haven't been around long enough to know, like, what is if we said like there should be a height, like we say in this, what you have crossed off, like add 100-foot height limit for any portion of the site. What is then the process to actually get that done?
Then we're going to draft changes to the UDC. We're going to present a staff report to you with those proposed changes. We're going to hold a public hearing, and you're going to take action on those to recommend those changes in the UDC to the city council.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna stop talking for right now.
I was just going to agree with what you mentioned earlier about PUDs and the affordability aspect, and just worth considering the degree of risk that it takes on for both the city and the the developers, and it might result in only a certain type of project just simply by means, but and that's worth considering. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Abrams, then Commissioner Dish.
So it helps me to maybe just like rewind for a minute and I feel very confused, I guess, about this conversation that we didn't want to spend any time on has taken up so much of our time, and we are here yet again without it being resolved. And so, I mean, just to revisit the last set of decisions, my understanding at least was that the reason that we changed the language was because the language specifically said that like, here are things we're going to work on. And the feeling was that there's been enough change in the city council makeup that perhaps we all would agree that there are more important things that we would want to work on in 2021, because even those small set of changes would take up time, and so instead it was like a kind of check, like, are you is there still an appetite for us to do this, as opposed to putting that energy and effort towards something else? So it's kind of a funny thing to say, oh, this body thinks that C1AR needs a height limit. It's not something that I think that we would have initiated or worked on without having gone through the last 6 months of this, or 180 days, right, of this process. So I guess it's just I feel it's very muddled. And I think it's also very specifically about a history around 2 projects, recent projects in the city, not a kind of generalized issue like a lot of the other things that we work on. And so it feels, I don't know, if anybody else maybe can help me feel less confused, I would appreciate that, because I feel like we keep trying to kind of put it to bed and we can't somehow. But I also don't want to just like on the fly be like, yeah, add a height limit just so that we can get it off the get it off the list, because I think that's not really in good faith I don't know what the intention of this body was, at least the last time we spoke about it. So maybe just to wrap up my rambling and kind of unfocused thoughts would be to say, I either would like to just leave it, or I could possibly be convinced to say that we don't want to make any changes at this time, which is, I think, Mr. Leonard, what you're asking us to do. Be more definitive as opposed to simply batting it back to council for directive. But I also did on the 15th, obviously, like that made sense to me then, this idea that, well, we need to know that we really should be working on this still and spending, even if it's only a few hours, it's like we only have a few hours together. So I think both things kind of make sense to me. And so, yeah, I would appreciate maybe you all helping me work it out.
So I don't think that the changes that were proposed will improve the C1A and C1AR districts. If the concern that motivated sending these districts to planning was that they were being used too widely and used in parts of the city where they were meant to be used, and we can argue over whether that is correct or not. But if that was what we can argue over the rightness of that concern, but I think that was the concern. And so spending a whole lot of time making, I don't know, there were 5 or 6 changes, height limit, setbacks, other stuff, that actually make it easier to use them more. I don't think that's going to make very many people happy. So, or I don't think it's going to make the people who are concerned about these zoning districts actually feel any better. It's going to make them feel like, well, great, now you've made them more transportable. Terrific. And then I think there's a group of people who are just not interested in these zoning districts. This is the past. We are looking towards a future. Time is limited. Opportunity costs, staff time costs money. There was a list of those things, public hearings, all of that. It's energy that we should be and need to be devoting to the momentum towards what our vision is for a future Ann Arbor, not how can we fix these holdovers, things that we hadn't used since the 1950s until the Beekman on Broadway project and the attempt to use it for Garnet. So my feeling really is that this is not a good use of time because it isn't going to please anyone. And so I would like us to support I don't know if I don't understand, is it an amendment, a memo, what it is that Mr. Leonard has brought to us, but that is what I think we should send forward. And if council is not happy and wants Planning Commission to work on C1AR and make them better, council can tell us that.
And then figure out where in our work plan it fits, right? I mean, part of this is a prioritization. I think at the end of the day, there's just like for the CIP, there is limited budget. We have limited staff time and our time. And so, yeah. I saw Commissioner Lee and I saw Commissioner Milstein in that order. I don't know if you still want to talk.
Isaiah, I suppose. Well, I obviously read the communication that came in from Ralph McKee, and obviously I think civic engagement is critical. I think it's a thing we have to continue to encourage. So I certainly want to take his concerns seriously. The thing that I wanted to ask staff was if we could just pull up a quick map of just the filtered C1A zones, kind of like what we did with CB2. Because I have the GIS up, but like I'm having trouble filtering it. I know I need to be better at it, but the GIS app seems to be slightly different. So I just, I get all the comments that it seems like from a scale and time resource allocation perspective, this is something that our energy could be spent. But just as a reminder, just as a refresher, if you could just bring up that map. And but I certainly hear everybody. I just also want to be very mindful that people who take the time to civically engage, write these kinds of emails, and put in these things is something that we want to encourage more. And I want to take point seriously. And as Commissioner Hammership pointed out, there is a lot of baggage around this particular issue. I want to make sure that we're honoring those things and just understanding different viewpoints while making sure that we are time effectively. And so the thing that I'd like to do is just refresh our scope and scale of the C1A and C1AR district by just kind of pulling that map up so that we have a very, because it's really the only place I really see it is at Hoover and Packard, where I see that as kind of like a, and I know that there's that reticle project going up on Hoover and Green. So so to conclude, I think it's imperative that we continue to try and encourage civic engagement. That means to take emails, that people send in seriously, but that we also have to be very mindful about how we're spending our time because that is a limited resource. So in an effort to balance the two and an effort to gain a sense of scope, if we could just see that map one more time. I don't know if it's something that's quick to pull up, but.
Well, I'm trying to find it right now, but I can describe it for you. The only C1 districts in the city are around the State and Packard intersection.
Mm-hmm.
So we have both C1A and C1AR. That's probably the kind of the largest number of parcels in a contiguous area that is zoned C1A and C1AR.
Mm-hmm.
We also have now the Beekman on Broadway site. And then there are two other sites in the city that are zoned one of those districts. One is Angelo's, the diner.
Yep.
And the other is a site that is, I think, just south of the funeral home on South 4th, a single parcel. And so those are the only sort of 4 geographies in the city that have these zoning districts present.
All of which are fairly next to campus. I don't want to be dismissive of any, again, civically engaged comments, but I will then echo Commissioner Dish's point that our energy is limited and that we do need to make sure that we're taking, we're getting to a resolution on this one way or the other. But thank you for the clarification. I yield my time.
Commissioner
Brett, you mentioned that the largest area of C1A is the State Packard Hill Triangle. And that's, there are something like 60 or 80 parcels there. That's our largest zoning district. I do believe that there was some C1A, some C1AR in the South U area, but that got, it's no longer, you'll no longer find it on the map because now that area is either D1 or D2. But the State Packard Hill area triangle is our largest C1A, C1AR area in terms of number of parcels.
Does everybody see the map?
Yep. All right.
So this is Beekman on Broadway up at the top. Here is a single parcel on South 4th. This is the Angelo's site. And then as Alexis mentioned, the largest concentration is at State and Packard. These are all of the C1A and C1AR zone parcels in the city.
Currently.
Currently, yeah.
It would be fair to say that the biggest risk of some by right development proposal getting, obviously jammed through would be on that corner of State and Packard. Is that correct?
State and Packard is actually quite challenging because the C1A and C1AR have parking requirements. So the ability to realize a larger scale development in these sites, particularly amongst the multiple individual parcels, even if you were able to assemble all the properties, because C1A and C1AR do not have the same parking exemptions that the D1 and D2 do, you are not going to have the same development ability, because you're going to have to balance those on relatively small sites. I think the action here originated from applying that district to new areas, and as we discussed, it's been applied and it's been rejected, and that remains a decision on a case-by-case basis of council.
Would it be unreasonable to request that we postpone this to a working session? Because
You froze on me.
I was going to say I was moving to see if it was me.
Yeah, sorry, nope, I think that was me. Yep, I just got the warning, my internet connection is unstable. I'm just pointing it out because we do want to obviously avoid something, and I have to ask at least the question: is there something better that we could do there? Obviously, the scale and scope is pretty limited, and I don't want, but I have to ask the question because that email obviously comes from a place of passion, and they do feel strongly about it. So I have to engage with it to that respect. But I will obviously encourage any dissent in that matter.
Commissioner Milstein.
So I wasn't going to speak about this just because I'm fully in support of the memo that Mr. Leonard has drafted, and I completely agree with Commissioner Dish that our time is better spent doing other things than this, especially with this few parcels. And Commissioner Lee, with all respect, we've spent a lot of time talking about this over the last 6 months, and we have way better, more important things to talk about, especially because we only have 12 working sessions a year, than to deal with this issue. And then also because we really don't know what the direction of this council is with regards to this. So I think going back with this memo is the best thing to do at this point. I think we've had a lot of discussions. We all sort of feel like from the very first time we heard about this to today, I sort of get the sense our feeling hasn't changed. It's like, why are we, there are more important things on our plate at this point. Why are we talking about this? And I totally appreciate and I respect the people who have written to us and have called in, but there are more important things for us to worry about, especially because of the limited staff time and because of our limited time. So I would be in favor of moving this forward to council, and then having council, if they'd like more from us, coming back with more direction so that we can provide what they're looking for.
Commissioner Clark, I saw a hand. Maybe, maybe not. All right. Commissioner Lee. And then we'll move to vote. Go ahead.
Thank you for the clarification on context. Again, I'm fairly new here, so I haven't been attending these meetings for 6 months. So I appreciate the context and my time.
Yeah. Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Abrams. You are muted still, Commissioner Clark.
Sorry. I was just reading through the master plan out of curiosity on the lower town area, since that was brought up as the maiden lane. And I mean, it's pretty, it's a, you know, I know people might feel very strongly and have their personal connections to that land, but it's pretty clear cut that it's campus commercial is in there. And I agree that we're spending a whole lot of time on something that's kind of already been hashed out with, you know, following the master plan. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Abrams.
Just wondered if there were any other commissioners who would support just leaving it as it was, or if there's kind of more of a sentiment that we should adopt another memo.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
What do you mean by leaving it as it was?
I mean that this isn't something we actually have to take action on. If I understand correctly, I think Mr. Leonard feels that the action that we took in his absence isn't satisfactory to the directive that council gave us. But I think we also could decide as a body that we've done enough and we could adjourn. That's my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree.
Kind of voluntary follow on to maybe be, more declarative in the memo than we were.
Maybe it's late because I'm still confused. I'm sorry. I mean, it is late. I guess I was going to say something after you spoke anyway, but I think the thing I'm uncomfortable with, I would not recommend elimination, but I don't know that I wouldn't recommend modification. At the same time, I don't really want to spend time on this. And Commissioner Abrams, like you said a little while ago, like, would we have looked at this had council not asked us to? No, but they did. And we've looked at it. And like, I think that some of the things that we said could make it a more comfortable district, even if I don't think putting parameters on it will necessarily make people want to use it more. But I think it'll prevent us from having like massively huge buildings next to single family housing. Just, hypothetically. I'm not sure where I was going with that. I'm not comfortable with the saying that I don't think it should be modified. I wonder if there's a way, is there a way to say like, here are the modifications we would propose, but council needs to tell us if they want us to work on it, and then the council can.
That's weird.
Or is that what we were?
My position is council's already asked you, should there be modifications, and if so, do them. They've already asked that. And there's been some conversation about the change in council. I can appreciate that, but from my lens, council has asked us for our advice, and I think that we should provide it.
But they didn't say if so, do them. I mean, can't we say, here's what we would propose to modify, and they can say like, yes, modify, or no, don't modify?
They could, yes, we could say that.
I mean, I guess it's a risk.
I think this sort of relates to the master plan conversation. At some point, I think it's appropriate for Planning Commission to recommend the policies that it thinks is important, as opposed to always waiting for council to tell the commission what you should be working on. And so I think in this case, council's asked. Again, I totally agree with Commissioner Abrams. You don't have to do anything. My read of it was the amendments they don't seem responsive to what council has asked the Planning Commission to do. I fully respect if I'm apart from the commission on that. And if that's the case, I would say take no action. My sense is that council has asked you, should we eliminate them or modify them? Up until that modification, it felt like we should modify them. And I know it's a distinction, but it's sort of the action you sort of said, are you sure? Are you sure you want us to evaluate these? And they do want you to evaluate them.
I saw Commissioner Sauvé, then Commissioner Abrams, then Commissioner Clark.
I'm so sorry.
Is there a way to take all the language that's struck that we had issued and just put it kind of above that last sentence to be like, we evaluated these types of modifications that could be appropriate, given priorities and the impact of these modifications, and then follow up with, the Planning Commission does not recommend elimination or modification of these districts at this time. So at least some of like the work about review of modifications is communicated to council. But in the end, we definitively say, we looked at it. We looked at height, we looked at setbacks, we looked at all that stuff. We think that there's some stuff to be changed, but we actually don't think it's a priority right now. And so we have a definitive communication back that says, we're not going to do anything with it, but we looked at it and there's some things that if it becomes a priority in the future, here's a communication that outlines them. So it ends with a definitive, we're not doing anything. Because it's everything.
Yes, you could definitely make that modification. Yeah.
Does that, I guess the question to it is, does that modify what we sent enough to meet what you're recommending to us to be more definitive? Or does it just make it a rearranged, messy thing?
It still feels a little messy to me. It still feels like you're communicating two things. We should make some modifications here, but we don't think it's important enough to prioritize it. And that's fine. I think that's valid. There's a lot of work on your plate. There is only so much limited time. I think it seems like kind of a cop-out.
I just want to know, like, I know this is like on the record filed for us, but it translating forward, like there has been 6 months of discussion and it's not for naught. No, what the communication also says is like, there's a zoning district, because I don't think it is about the plan as shown for what's zoned. I think the reaction to this is there's a zoning designation that's needed that people are looking to rezone for an opportunity to put all of these things on a site, this mixed use. And so to put some of these modifications on record and communication towards city council says, what we have right now isn't the right fit. There's a need for it. And as we move forward and look at zoning class, mixed use zoning types, these are the types of things we want to look at. And it's just sharing 6 months worth of conversation about the pain points and modifications to zoning overall. And I'm not sure if it matters that it that officially goes to council on record, or if we just file it away on record in the Planning Commission communications. So that's kind of one of the things I guess I'm jostling with, that I just put back to the commission in terms of what officially goes to the city council in detail, or if we just close this thing, stop wasting our time, and move forward with the other priorities. So sorry.
Commissioner Clark.
Can I just throw something out there really quick? Because what I'm kind of hearing here is that the overarching kind of conclusion of this conversation is that we're looking at it on a very granular level rather than how it fits into the bigger picture. It might be useful to say to council, we think that at this time, considering it in a vacuum, obviously we're different, might not be the most productive use of our time, and then it should be fit into a bigger, more cohesive strategy, and looking at it more in depth compared to the transit-oriented development as we move along, and just kind of leaving the recommendation on that, and then we'll see how they want to move forward.
Commissioner Abrams.
I think that makes sense, but I think that the only issue with that is that it's a little odd for us to go back to them and say, well, we don't want to look at it the way you asked us to. We want to look at it a different way. So if I understand what Mr. Leonard is asking, he's saying, if we just look at it if the most distilled thing, the resolution that council adopted is actually hey, Planning Commission, eliminate, modify, or do nothing, right? There were only 3 choices. And so I guess we have a responsibility to go back and declare one of those 3 choices. The difficulty I have with Commissioner Hammerschmidt said, putting on the table, I guess, the possibility that we do want to do these kind of height limit things, is that I actually think if we went and looked at those modifications, they would require some in-depth and lengthy conversation. They aren't cut and dry. So, I know that I don't remember if it was Mr. Stahlberg or the other gentleman who has reached out to us a few times, but I think astutely pointed out that 100-foot height limit is higher than the height limit for D2. So suddenly you have, as you move away from the downtown, you have a higher limit, then a lower limit, then a higher limit. And so these kinds of things, I think they're not, so I think we just have to decide, if we are gonna say that we think there should be modifications and we're gonna take that on, then we have to just be committed and to actually working through them. And I don't think it's cut and dry. I don't think it's a simple thing we can just take care of tonight or without a working session. So I do think the other option is to say that at this time, we recommend that we do nothing. It doesn't seem like there's any appetite for elimination. So either choose modification and we commit time to it, or we say that at this time we recommend nothing, right? Those are our choices.
Which I'm now kind of going back to where you started, Commissioner Abrams, and you said, what's the appetite for just letting it sit? What I'm hearing from Mr. Leonard is that is not the message that our initial memo sent, because it's not the message. And so while I thought that was the message, I thought we left here with that understanding. If that's not the message, then we need to make it clearer, then I think the language that we have before us is clear. We don't think the thing that's really important to me that I would pass on is at this time, because we got too many, the subtext is because we've got too many other things that we should be spending our time doing personally. So, if time were unlimited, we came up with ideas. It will feed into future conversations. Mr. Leonard, just to be clear, so the first memo, what we voted on last time, has not gone to council yet, right? Okay. And so what won't be in there is the additional, if you were to change it, which now we're saying, if you were to change it, but we don't think you should, this is how you can make it more palatable. And that's the height limit. So council's not going to see that, but we know that might well inform what we want to do on other mixed use districts in transit corridors. And so we just have to remember to go back to that. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yeah.
Rather than spend more time wordsmithing a memo that none of us think is a good idea, I would just say, let's go with what we got. That's my opinion. And then we've talked about it. So now we know we got to go back and look at what we struck out here when we're talking about those mixed use districts. Because I think these conversations, the concern about this is going to come up in those places because a lot of them abut neighborhoods, right? Whether they're very close to campus or not. Commissioner Sauvé.
Do you mean go with what we got that we already approved, or go with what we got with what's proposed right now?
Go with what was before us tonight. Okay. The motion on the table.
Cool. That's what
Sorry, thank you for, it's past my bedtime, guys.
I just wanted to clarify which one we're talking about. So, yep.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Or can we vote on this thing? I see a quick comment from Commissioner Clark and a quick comment from Commissioner Hammerschmidt, and then we are voting.
Really quick question, just because for context. Does this mean that the moratorium, there won't be any going forward or not?
I believe the moratorium's already expired.
Okay, that's it.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt?
I don't want to wordsmith. I think at this time, I'm glad that you mentioned this because I think that helps me. Because it is I do think it should be modified, but if we just say but I also don't think we should work on it. So that at this time helps me quite a bit, but I'm wondering, we say we don't recommend eliminating or modifying, you just tell me to stop talking, but I almost would feel more comfortable. It says we don't recommend pursuing the I don't know that I don't recommend modifying it, you know what I mean? So like, I'd almost feel more comfortable if it said like, if we don't recommend pursuing elimination or modification. I don't know if why that one word like would make a difference to me.
I don't see support.
I know. Okay.
Okay, can we vote?
Yep.
People? All right.
What do we
Mr.
do?
Glenn.
If it's okay, let's do a roll call because it sounds like there might be some varying opinions on this. Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal,
Yes.
Commissioner Sauve,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams,
No.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
No.
Commissioner Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. It is in our bylaws that we don't take up new business, that we vote before taking up new business, but we don't have anything else to take up. We've got public comment, which we need to close with. So we're on to item 12, which is public comment. This is the final opportunity for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes about any item of interest. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering the meeting ID that I have said about a dozen times tonight, that if you are listening to us is available on the bottom of your screen. Raise your hand by pressing *9, and there have been a couple people on the line, and there is a hand up right now. So I will read more details if needed.
Caller with the phone number ending with 556. 556, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'm very rarely speechless, but you almost put me there. That is one of the most convoluted and surreal discussions I have ever heard in my life. And I can't think of whether I should analogize to beating my head against a brick wall or trying to get through quicksand. I've spoken 6 times, I think, and written 2 detailed things, and I'm not sure if anybody other than I heard a couple of comments, Ms. Clark, Ms. Dish, and Mr. Lee. I heard each of them make a comment that I'll call a nugget, that something that I have said got through. But most of it, I don't think you even get the point. The point is, Lower Town was a disaster, and the moratorium is out. And by not doing anything here, you just opened the barn door that Ms. Dish correctly said that the horse is already out. You're allowing it to happen again, which is my entire point, that that's the absolute disaster. And now it's, okay, just let it happen again. It might not happen in 50 years. It might be like Hurricane Katrina. And after that, it won't matter if it won't ever happen again. And that's what I'm concerned about. The point about that Ms. Dish made about we don't want to make it more transportable is exactly right. And number 2, the point about affordable housing, I'm not sure anybody got that either. The PUD may be more expensive. I don't disagree with that. But Council has already said, and Jennifer Hall has said, and Amanda Carlisle, and everybody else who knows anything about affordable housing in this town, market will never build it. The only way that it's going to be built is by getting money from developers or by a tax. We just taxed homeowners. Why can't we tax developers too? That's what PUDs are for. If you make this the route rather than a PUD, you just gave the developer the money that would otherwise go into the Affordable Housing Fund. I can't make it any more blunt than that. I just don't understand why that's hard to get. If that's, I can't make the point any stronger than that. If you're going to allow that item just the one time, you could lose a giant amount of affordable housing money again. And that's all I'm trying to prevent here. So I guess we'll just have to take this to council, because this is frankly, I see as hopeless. I'll write it out in detail one more time, but I'm not expecting anything to come out of that.
Time's up.
Bye.
Thank you. For the others that are on the line, if you'd like to speak at this time, you can press *9 to digitally raise your hand.
Caller with phone number ending with 534. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Tom Stolberg again. I would like to speak as the official spokesperson for Ann Arbor Neighbors for Responsible Development. We are the neighborhood association that sued the city. We are the reason you are here tonight. And I think people forgot why you are here tonight. We sued the city because the lower town approval was illegal. And anybody who says, oh, we can't have PUDs because they cost more, the convoluted way that this was approved to avoid a PUD was more delay and more expensive than if it had been a PUD. And the only reason Lower Town was approved in the convoluted way that it was with C1AR, with plan project modifications, zoning board of appeals for parking, and conditional zoning, was specifically for one and only one reason: to get out of $9 million of affordable housing contribution. We are here because people cheated the system. C1A and C1AR, you didn't have to modify them. They're perfectly fine where they are. Alexis DeLeo was correct. Commissioner Lee was correct. Commissioner Dish was correct. If you leave them alone where they are, they're fine. You don't have to modify them. They're not a problem. It's when you move them where they don't belong, where they become a problem. And if we could trust our own city that they wouldn't move them where they were inappropriate, like Lower Town and like the Garnet, both of which had multiple inappropriate and illegal aspects to those applications and approvals. If they hadn't been tried, then we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be needing to do anything to C1A and C1AR. We could leave them alone if we could trust they wouldn't be used to cheat the citizens and cheat the city out of affordable housing money that a developer should have paid. At the case of Lower Town, a developer was given a waiver of $9 million. That's the only thing that happened different than approving that appropriately as a PUD. At the Garnet, 4 members of council were trying so desperately to not get $88,000 from the developer, who was perfectly willing to give that money, because they wanted to set a precedent for illegal further use. They wanted the precedent of illegal further use of these categories. You are here to stop that from happening again. You've already done what you've done. We're on to council next, and it's up to council, the new council, to stop what a prior council wanted to do, which was to cheat the citizens by illegally and inappropriately using these categories. So I thank you for your time. You shouldn't have had to waste your time, but other people ruined it for you by illegally and improperly using these categories, which would be just fine where they are without modification. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one more person on the line. If you'd like to speak at public comment, you can press *9 to digitally raise your hand. Going once, twice. Okay. Item 13 is commission proposed business. Is there any commission proposed business? I did write something down. It is late. I'm putting it down that I would like to flag for the future, which is particularly as we talk about proposed plan project modifications, having a primer on electric heating systems, air source heat pumps, VRFs, mini splits. So because that's part of plan project modification changes, modifications, I think that that would be really helpful for us. So I will commit to helping to pull that together, but kind of thinking about what the right venue is. I think it would help us all. That's okay. Anything else? Commissioner Lee.
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for, staying so late on a Tuesday evening, especially Brett and Mr. Leonard and Ms. DeLeo. So thank you. And you guys are all just beasts for being able to, do this. So I just want to thank y'all. That's it. You guys are awesome for being able to. Yeah. No, I'm ready, but I just have a great deal of respect. That's all I wanted to say. So, and on kind of a positive note. So.
Anything else?
I just have one thing. I'll be following with an email now that we're back to a full commission. I'm going to be at the next January meeting. We'll be talking about subcommittees and appointments, representatives to other boards. We had done that sort of on a quick level, but since we had so many vacancies, I wanted to bring that back. I'll send something out in the interim for a reminder of the description of all the opportunities. We've got a new appointment to the Center of the City Task Force that we need to identify. So I'll send out that information, but that'll be on the upcoming agenda as well.
Thank you. All right. Item 14 is adjournment. Would a commissioner like to move that? Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye. Aye. Then you can turn it into a wave and have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.
See you next week.